Everyone doing today? All right. I have got to get right in it. We got a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. I'm just getting Twitch chat up. Titles updated. Hey, bud, why don't you just add me as a friend then? Go into the menu. I can't tell you right now, but all right. I got everything set up just a little bit nicer, I think. I think this is a little bit nicer. We'll see. We'll see. All right. All right, so let's make a quick list of the things that we'd like to do. Because I have a few things that kind of need to be done. So we're gonna try to stick to working on those things. I have this artificial. I want to have like a proof of concept done by the end of July. And ooh boy, do I have some work to put in to make that happen. So I repositioned everything, and not everything's quite perfect yet, but we're working on it. Oh, you know what? I didn't turn my background lights on. We need those. 1 second. There we go. Now we have some nice background lights. All right. All right. Oh, let's see. We need a to-do list. Let's go. No. Let's not do that. I hate to put it in the repository because it's kind of just a to-do list for myself right now, but I think that's where we're going to go. So let's check out the pull request. See if something new has been added to this. We're actually going to pick up on this. Yeah. All right. But before that, we have some bugs in production I think we should probably tackle. There be bugs. I say production. Very lightly production. All right. Let's hop over to our let's go to project. I really want to just... You know what? You know what, Eagle 11? Some people have a vast mind to handle intellectual thought. Other people just need to be entertained with flashy, ripped men flying across the screen. To each their own. To each their own. Also, good to see you, Eagle. Let's jump over to here. I'm going to just throw in, I think, yeah, we're going to add an item. So one thing that we need to do is fix login. Login is currently broken. We get error. There be errors. There's a couple errors on this page. I think it's configuration, but that's not what I meant to do at all. So if you go to like sign up, there's this type error, which we don't get when running locally. So I think we need to dig into this a little bit. But generally, yes, we need to fix login. Now, I'm not a front-end developer, so this is going to be a little bit painful. I'm going to need your guys' help. This is kind of dumb how it does this. He needs more monitor than a bottle of wine. All right. So you know what? One other thing we're gonna do, we're gonna get working today is Zellage. It's been too long since I've had a terminal multiplexer, and I am doing it today. One thing, I started using Zellage because this is what raw code recommended, and I like raw code, and I'm sure it's great. But I've always had alt as my i3 modifier. So like here it says like open to switch between planes is alt and these keys, but that's actually doing stuff in i3 because it's my i3 modifier key. So I don't know that I want to change my i3, but so I think I want to change Zellage to use super because right now I don't use that. All right, so we need to fix this. Let's see. Fix login. That's all I'm going to put. All right. The other thing that we need to do, fix. You. There's some of that. Now, as far as technical goes, there's one part that's fairly technical. We created this. So we created a virtual gateway to route traffic to our backend API. And it doesn't seem to be working. Now, it's interesting. It does seem to be working for the most part. So, like, basically, if you do something that's not API v1, which is what we're routing on here, it sends it to the UI. You get like an HTML response, like you would expect. Although it's sending you like this doesn't exist. But if you go to API v1, it sends page not found. Now, what I don't know is what Jin is getting in the back end. So basically, I think the way we're going to do this, because honestly, I don't know, and I couldn't find on the internet very well, whether they send, like, when Istio routes this forward, does it send the whole thing? Or does Jin need to chop this off of what they're adding? I don't know. I don't know, and thus we need to figure out. Shadow Dragon, what's up? Also, I was just teasing. I know Eagle 11 like in real life. He lives down the road from me. By down the road, I mean like a good 45 minutes because he's a loser. So I wasn't just being mean to a random person on the internet. He was being mean first, calling my coding like watching dry paint. All right. So let's No, big roads. No, he lives down little roads, unfortunately, which is what makes it which makes it more difficult. If it was taking the big roads, it would be better. Actually, even worse, there is a toll between us. Stupid rivers. Okay. So we need to fix ingress to API. I don't know if this is configuration of this, although this seems to be working. I almost think what it means is that I had this is what I originally had, API v1 here. And I'm almost wondering if that's getting stripped out of it. So I don't know. Because I tried adding, like, in case it was additive, I tried adding like API v1 like this, but that didn't work either. And I know the service is running and we proxied to it. So like it's there. It's just how it's configured. All right. Gosh dang it. Guys. Probably about 4 questions. You know, if it was a secret, I would have already leaked it. Oh. All right. So those are the biggest things that I want to get done today, or start to get fix login so people can log in. Like, people should be able to create an account now. I think this is just configuration. If people want to sign up for emails, that's also broken. I think that's a different type of broken though. I think this is a different type of broken. We might get to that. Yeah, this has a interesting thing. It's trying to make a request to localhost. I think this is actually in the front end instead of the back end. So now that being said, it has to make a call to the back end API, so it probably wouldn't work anyways at this point. Yeah, different type of broken. Different type of broken. So, anyways, we have a couple things. We have them listed down. Let's. Which one would we like to work on first? I'm kind of interested in. Let's try to debug the API. So this API is broken. Or maybe not the API, but the routing to it. So one thing that I wanted to do is go Gin 404 page, yeah, options for 404, because what I'd like to do is return a little bit more information, because right now it's a little sparse on the information, just 404 page not found. I'm going to see if we can't mod this, because if this is one thing, I want to validate that this is Gin returning this. It should be and not Istio. But I think it could be Istio if it didn't find but this does exist. The app Eddington API. So I mean, either it could be this saying it doesn't find the destination, and it could be Istio, or it could be Jin. So I'd like to customize Jin to make sure that this is actually Jin responding with this, and if that's the case, then hopefully. I don't see exact. Maybe this is not the right way to search this. Let's ask a ChatGPT. All right, chat. How do I customize Jin's 404 return response? Let's do Golang. Golang Jin's 404 response. And let's look at this while that's trying to think of a response. I do not have the pro. Just have to wait for the response. So another thing, if we get the time, if we get through and burn through these, I'd like to do a little bit more of the AI games. I didn't finish. I actually have been working very hard on some Advent of Code style problems that are just our own, just for the AI games. I think we're gonna do those next week. They need a little bit more refinement. And by they I mean it's just one problem with two parts. It was hard enough to do. It's actually a good challenge to work on creating one. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. I wonder if there's like a 404. Let's see. Import the required packages. Create a custom middleware function to handle for. Okay, so it's just a 404. Let's see. Not found handler. But how do we tell the. Oh, it has no route. It has literally no route. Okay, let's do this. If Jin has no route function that takes a handler, then this works. You know, I'm gonna actually do this right. I'm gonna put it in here. Not I say right. I don't know how to do anything correctly in Jin. I'm just not going to dump it in the main file, I guess is what I was meaning. The other thing is, there is good news. There is good news. Gorilla Mux is getting revived, which is fantastic news. And we're going to be spending sometime next week seeing how long it takes us to convert our Jin project back to Mux, because I should have just gone with Mux. Now, a thing I was hoping here is that I would actually be able to return the path. So, like, I could return the path that they got. Yeah, so that looks cool. I don't know if I need to return any. You know what? Maybe I'll just do request. Can I just return the whole request? Okay, that's a little gross, but this is a little. It seems that you did build the front end with the wrong environment variables. That's actually what I thought. We have that Docker container, so our front end actually runs in a Docker container. It's a little janky, but all I have is Kubernetes at this point, so I have no other way of doing it. So that's one thing to look into. Is it could be a configuration in that. Absolutely, 100%. Because we basically inject, when building in the container, we inject environment variables into it for production. All right. Thanks everybody for joining. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday, or I guess maybe it's not Saturday for some people. Um, all right, this looks good. Now we just need to actually add it. So I guess our main router here. Let's see, where do we start using our? We can just do router.noRoute. So this is where like Copilot did well. It knew that we wanted to go no route, but it just then did our middleware, our Ori middleware, no route, and here we're wanting not found. There we go. Let's commit this. It's Saturday Eve. That sounds so eloquent. All right. While you know what? No, I'm gonna make a commit here. In Zelage because I need to fix alt. Zelage has a config, right? No, we're not fixing Zelage right now. We're gonna get that build kicked off, those container builds, because that takes a little while, and then we're gonna play around with Zelage because it needs to use super, not alt. Wait, what happened to the options Copilot gave? The options here, they weren't good. So I just typed it out. Sorry, there is a delay. Oh, there are actually multiple options sometimes. So like watch this. We could do like router. So right now it's only giving me one option. Because I don't know why it only gives me one option, but right now it only has one. But if you give it some time, so right now it only has one. There's no pop-up. But if it had multiple options, the left and right arrow would actually flip through them. But it doesn't always have multiple options. So we could like try to get this to give me multiple options. Oh, so this one has multiple options. I screwed it up, but it had health and health Z as multiple options. Oh, control enter actually forces it to fetch multiple options. So every once in a while for me, it always just gives me multiple options. Let's see. Control. Wait, what did you say? Control enter? Control enter does not give me. Control enter gives me like a synthesizing 10 out of 10 solutions. Duplicates hit. What is this? What is suggestion 4? Oh, oh. These are like full suggestions, not like. Oh, wow. Type a comment. Oh, type a comment and then do. Yeah, it still brings up this separate window, which is a little weird. Yeah, it does it in a different window for me. Anyways, that doesn't matter. Let's get this committed. This is testing in production. This is fantastic. Actually, okay, that's another thing that we need to add to the list. That's another thing that needs to add to the list. Currently, fix local dev experience. Currently the local dev. You can test individual pieces locally, but the whole system together does not work in dev like it does in production. So, you know. Okay. Get code editing 10. Let's I don't I hate this that unknown doesn't get picked up by the dash A. This is why I don't use the dash A a lot of the times. Um Oh, okay. I see what you're doing with that Shadow Dragon. Shortcuts are different from OS to OS, yeah. Wait on this window. What do you want to see on this window? There's nothing happening on this window. Okay, so I can't do let me make another change and I can tell you what I did. What was that? Okay, so I actually just released a Mighty Mindy Monday on how to squash easily. It's a video on my YouTube, which is what I just did. Um Actually, if there's things like this, please call it out because I want to make Mighty Mini Mondays on those for people. Just quick 2-3 minutes. This is how to do something. If it's under a minute, I'll just make it a short. Although shorts go away, so maybe I'll make it both. I don't know what I'll do about those. I think if I did shorts, they would be funny. I don't know. Maybe like funnicational. Funcational. If I make shorts, they're going to be funcational. That's what they're going to be. Okay, so let me make another quick change really quickly. I don't have a real change. We're going to just remove this extra space. We're going to add that. We're going to commit it. So I do this, and this is something I do because when I look over my commits, I look at this is remove me, or how you usually remove something in Linux, and it's a commit that should be squashed. You could put squash in there or whatnot. It's one that I don't plan on getting there. So then you can do git rebase upstream. So upstream, if you remember right, I have git remote. I have a couple upstreams. So, or my origin is my fork. The upstream is the actual project. And as you can see, I have no push to it. I don't want to push directly to it. I'm using it to get the latest data. So then all I do is I do a git rebase. You should do a git fetch on the upstream. So you get the latest stuff. We were behind a little. And then we can do a git rebase on the upstream main. And we do a -I, which is an interactive rebase. And then we can get in here, and what this is, you'll notice down here, there's a bunch of different commands that you can do. I can do a video on the different ones, but the ones I did was squash. You can actually do F, which is a fix-up, which I never remember to do, but it's actually more applicable here because in the next step, it asked me if I wanted to squash the two commands together, when in actuality, I just wanted to get rid of this command altogether, or this comment altogether, like it didn't happen. So fix up is a little bit of a faster squash in that case. I usually just do squash though. So here I just do S for squash, and then I write and quit that. And here I could, like I was saying, fix up would remove this step. I could do this where it's like, no, I want that comment. Like sometimes when you're contributing to open source, you'll make a bunch of small little commits, and then you want to squash it into one big commit for a PR. So there's not a bunch of different small commits that maybe some of them aren't even fully functional things. And then you want to keep, but you want to keep what you did, like whatever. Anyways, I don't want it. So, and now I just have one commit. Remote should match. Okay, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Origin, sequel, and redemption. I also because the third origin is always when I'm going to help somebody else and I pull their fork. So redemption works really well on that. That's really fantastic. We can check our log, and you'll notice that we actually don't have those ones that we squashed out. We squashed them. This is changing history. So if you actually pushed the branch, you would have to force it. And I generally consider this okay on your own fork. I didn't get this into this on the Mighty Mini Monday. Please go watch the video anyways, just so YouTube sees that that was something interesting to you. But I didn't get into like why and when you use it because I try to keep those really short. They're not my long drawn out things. They're just a short, really short how-to. That's it. But you are changing history. So if you did this in your main directory, in your main project on the main branch, you would be changing history of that branch. So use it responsibly. I already had the branch UI API fixes up there, so I did have to push with a force, but that's okay. Yeah, if you are trying to do stuff on the Eddington, we do have this board. Feel free to use it. If a lot of people start using it, we'll have to work on making it a little bit more organized, but there's also issues, and the issues automatically go here. With great power comes great responsibility, a wise person once said. Everybody's favorite uncle, I think. I don't know. Okay, that is up there, so we just need to make a pull request now. I'm gonna be really bad here. Yep. I'm just merging this. Wait, who sells microwavable rice also? I don't know. That sounds kind of awesome. Maybe sketchy, but kind of awesome. Tell you what, the Instapot is the best rice cooker I have ever had. I like rice, and I'm also really bad at actually cook. Like I used to have to cook it on a stovetop, which I don't know if you guys have done that, but it's actually very difficult to do well. And the Instapot just does that well. It's amazing. One thing I wanted to do. Let's just make sure that builds. before I force push that through. Go run main.go. Okay. Yep. It builds. It runs. Perfect. I'm gonna merge that. All right, then we have an action going to build the container. All right, while we're building containers, we've got to change Zellage a little bit. Zellage has these alts. Uncle Ben. Maybe it's just a brand over here. Dedicated rice cook. So dedicated rice cookers are amazing. Are you talking about things that just cook rice, or do you consider a Instapot a dedicated rice cooker? And are you talking about absorption method as like you just leave it in water for like 3 weeks? I don't know. I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, like it seems like it would work just from like a chemistry level. You use heat to speed up the process. You can do oatmeal the exact same way. Um, I was gonna say the Instapot isn't a dedicated rice cooker, but it does cook rice. It has a functionality for you. There's a button. I press the button. I get rice. It's the same as it is the last time I cooked it. Oh, that might be a. I might agree. I might agree with that. All right. So Zellage has to have a configuration, right? Let's look for that while this is running. Yeah. All right. It's just in config Zellage by default, right? I assume so. We'll just start with a quick start. Cool. I like quick starts. Oh, it uses KDL. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about KDLing it. Key bindings is what I need. Um, Zellage comes with a default set of key. Let's just see if it's in the. Let's see if it's in there. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of this pane. So I think I can do Control P and close. Okay, cool. So I just want to overwrite Alt to Super. They think arsenic is released from the rice. I mean, the arsenic argument is a tough one because if you're drinking groundwater, you're also drinking trace amounts of arsenic. Very trace, not to scare anybody. Most groundwater has very, very trace amounts of arsenic. So when you say trace amounts of arsenic, you'd have to argue at what levels. So the water you cooked it in probably has trace amounts. There's actually a famous like super organic apple juice that had like over the allowed amounts of arsenic because of the groundwater that the trees were in. Um, anyways, arsenic is bad for you. Period. Drink as little of it as possible every single time. All right. So we are. This is pain. We were in. This is the pain stuff. So this is Control P, but there's an Alt section, right? Like this is like the quick stuff down here, not the control stuff. Um, Alt. Okay, so here's all the alt stuff. Now, my thing is it super? What is the Windows key, the super key? In in my goodness, I can't think of the name now. In i3 configuration, they're the modifier keys, and it's like 4 and 5. But this looks to be like spelling it out, which I'm gonna just guess super. So watch this. I'm gonna just guess that. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I'm gonna do super. Super in for a new pane. All right. So then let's exit out of Zellage. Let's reload Zellage. It did not like it did not like super. All right. Well, that is. Let's see if they have some documentation on it. Wait. So the problem with Alt H is that is what see the little green bar? That's what i3 has. So I either have to change my i3 to have modifier of super. Alt in wasn't a problem. Okay, so Alt in isn't a problem. It's all the other alts. So all these don't work. Because they conflict. Now, I could try to switch from alt to super for i3. Maybe that's the way to go. It doesn't seem like they have super as a insert space, escape, backspace, left, right, up, down, home. I could probably try to find. It's okay. I'm just going to update. Well, I don't like this, but I'm going to update my i3. This is going to cause a few problems because like that's how I switch back and forth between these, and I will be hitting the wrong thing for a little while. What is i3? i3 is a Linux windowing. It's like a desktop, but it's not like a desktop because it doesn't do garbage for you. But it allows you to, it's a tiling window manager. So check this out. If I open something else, like let's say I open Visual Studio Code here, it's going to open it right here because that green bar was on the bottom. But let's say I opened up Firefox. You can see I hit Alt H to put the green bar over here. I can open up Firefox and there is no like behind and in front. Everything on the screen is going to be displayed. At the top here, you can see I have like, you could think of these as like tabs that I can hit Alt 1, 2, 3, and 4 through. So, Firefox is here, Terminal's here, I can switch back and forth through. You can also then move these, and this is where the zealage gets in. So like I can use the keyboard to switch between the things here, or so that was like switching. You know, you can see my cursor's down here to type, and then I can hit this, and you know now I'm up here typing in this, so I can just move around the different windows pretty easily like that. But I can also move where they are. So we're back down here, and I can also just like do this and move these around all willy nilly. So I don't contend that you need to use i3 to be more productive. I don't think that's true. I am accustomed to it at this point, and it's easy to stream this way. So when I'm not streaming, I actually have a second monitor that I usually have my reference material up. But when I'm streaming, I have Twitch chat up on that second monitor. And I also want you guys to be able to see the reference material, so it's easy to have it on another thing. So for me with streaming, I actually find i3 to be super invaluable because it allows me to have multiple monitors effectively on one screen. So because I don't like it when I just pull up documentation to the side where you guys can't see. Yeah, yeah. I Oh, there is a an issue for Zillage. Cool. Oh. But yeah, so I use i3 and I do find myself to be productive on i3 at this point. But i3 requires, I mean, let's look at this config file that I have. So like yeah, it's a rabbit hole at best. It's a rabbit hole at best. All right, so we want. So basically, what I'm getting here is we can't use the super key. It never makes it. So we're gonna switch um our mod. I actually have this. I have this in Git somewhere. So yes. Um, Yeah, and it's not even super straightforward. Like this title bar that you see up here with like my CPU usage and memory usage is all customized. It doesn't come out of the box with that. That's all set up down here. I was I was gonna give it a try again because so I've been with this project. I've been like opening multi tabs to do stuff, but maybe I can just do the multi multi terminal in because I already have i3. So I don't know. Maybe it's not the most useful for me. I don't know. I feel like all the cool kids use a terminal multiplexer, but Cone of silence really quickly. Oh, it. All right. Let's see. Null channel. Where's Oh, this is wrong. I went to the wrong place. I need to go here and go to null channel. There we go. All right, so we pushed a new image 14 minutes ago. Oh, it was 14 minutes. Let's get this deployed out there. You know what? While we're at this whole writing stuff down, let's write this. Oh, I was actually already at this. I just need to go to the project. Let's see. I think we can also make this an issue, create a new issue. Yeah. So we're going to make this on Eddington. Fix deployment version handling. Currently, the version is set in the YAML, and it should be set in the custom. Cool. A little bit of technical debt, just a little. I don't know. I guess for me, Russell, what happened is I get to the same point. Like I'm really accustomed to my i3 working the way it does. So like I think this is what happened like 4 months ago when I tried it again. And I was like, well, shoot. I actually really like. Now, what happens? What I do really want is like we have tilt files. So like what I keep thinking like it would be really nice for is I want to go in here and go, tilt up. I don't want to do it right now but tilt up just runs in the background in the command line, and I just pretty much want it to be just another tab in the background. So it does sound really nice, the whole alt thing. Maybe I can switch it from alt to something else. Maybe that's what it needs to be. And not super, but maybe I can make it like Control Alt. Because I don't think I use that in i3. I mean, let me be clear. I don't use it. Whether I configured it in i3 a long time ago, that's a different story. So let's actually update this. So we have our API server here. Let me grab the... Now these both have the same tag. Yeah, Russell, that's actually like maybe not even that hard to do. Like, oh, your focus is on the terminal. Like, I bet you could write that into i3 probably. I do just I hate messing with my current um configuration of i3 because it takes months of relearning keystrokes at this point. Maybe not super in alt. I don't know. I don't know. So Argo CD is running. Argo CD is running. This is beautiful. Oh, I gotta go find the 1 second cone of silence. Cone of silence. I gotta get that secret. All right. I don't know. That one's actually probably not the biggest deal because Argo CD runs only locally, but I still like to, whatever. So we're pretty good here. Okay, so null cloud sync properly. Perfect. We have the Postgres operator, which we got out there, which is cool. We haven't used it yet, so we don't know that it's all functioning. It does say out of sync, which is interesting. So it's not working perfectly. You know, I did take this out and said it'll be fine Thursday. It wasn't fine. It wasn't fine. I thought I told Argo CD to make the namespace. Oops. Um, we'll fix that later. We'll fix that later. This is good. This has a known failure with the cert. So like this is fine. I mean, it's not fine. We should fix it eventually, but it's. Wait. Another question. Why not get add period? Like this? Like this? Because it won't work. I will try it next time. We'll see if it works. And because I'm using Jush, you have to escape the star, or else it tries to expand it there, and it won't work. So this, if you do this, just this, Jush will expand the star where you want get to. So you have to escape it. I'll try the period. I thought it didn't work. I've had issues with it, but maybe that's just me being wrong. All right, so this got synced, that got deployed, which means we should get a custom 404 now. Did it actually get deployed? 1 second, maybe it didn't sync. Yes, generally, Russell, that's a good thing. If you don't want everything. If you want everything, I don't know. That's not, we're in the wrong namespace. K8s. So it's running. It's about 2 minutes old. This makes me think that this is not Jin, because we changed Jins. We can validate that and test that. Let's see. We'll go to. So now we can change this to localhost. All right, this is something I need to learn. You can make these variables so like you can switch between the two. I don't know how to do that though. I've seen it where it's like, you know, uh, port, but yeah, something like port. But I don't know how to do that. We'll learn that though. We'll learn that. Maybe I'll make them. All right. So let's do localhost 8080. So we're hitting the right place now. Let's go someplace that's not found. So Jin is still returning the 404 not found. Interesting. Even though wait. Maybe I'm So what I really wanted to see was what the URL, the requested path was. These two things, really this, I'm including that. But it doesn't seem to be working how we expected it to. Ksniff? Yeah, we can try ksniff. That would be great. I think this is a code problem. Let's pull up ksniff. You know what we also need ksniff for? We need ksniff for our load balancer that's not working properly. I don't think we're actually losing the proxy. I think that it's getting hit by Ori and just Ori's returning this. But I have this not found handler that I thought was supposed to get that. Ori, not Ori, Jin, not found middleware. This is what I'm doing. Right? Right? This is what I'm doing. No route. I didn't do the no method. I just did the no route. I'm not getting that extra goodness. I definitely have a plan. Okay, so in just a little bit, as soon as we get this gin stuff sorted out, we have a load balancer that's not working properly, and I think ksniff will be perfect for that. So also we need to upgrade the cluster to 125 so that we actually have debugging containers. Yes. Let's see. That's what these people are doing. No route, no method. Set up error handling middleware. So this is just locally right now. This right here is local. I'm on localhost. It's not in Kubernetes. It's running straight on my machine. So this has to be gin responding, right? Right? Because like if I go to a port that doesn't have anything at it, it's going to have connection refused. So like something's responding, which is gin. And so I'm thinking about maybe just doing this guy's catch-all. So this guy had this catch-all, just adding this right here. Because I have this router, which is what he called app, and we use the logger and cores, which shouldn't be returning before it. We could try. Let me try one thing really quickly. One thing is we could do these before the logger and default, just to make sure they're not hijacking it ahead of time. All right. So let's do the catch-all. This should switch it to a 500 if, yeah, made it here. I'm doing something wrong. So we get the results here. Error JSON unsupported type. Wait. let's it's an unsupported type. Oh, I forget. It's on 5. I actually like it to be on 4. Let's get rid of this and put I usually have this on 4. I keep going to the wrong page. So if we send this again, we get one thing. Jason unsupported type. Oh. I think I might know why. Let's go here. I think maybe this has a function in it and it's having a problem serializing it. Yeah. I thought it would just serialize the struct a little bit better than that, but I'm guessing no. Let's just take this out. Let's just take this out. That was just. I think this is what I really want here, anyways. Nice. Okay. So we solved the problem. Let's take out our crappy catch-all. Is there anything else that we would like to return from this for when we push this to the actual Kubernetes site? While it's building, we'll work on running it all locally because I think that will be a good thing. I am not sure we'll get that done today, though. Okay. Anything else that we would like from this request? A valid session cookie? That sounds about right. Basically, what I wanted to see was the reason this is important is because I want to see what it's getting through, because we're actually hitting Gin in the back end, I think, because it's the right error message and everything. I think we're hitting Gin. Gin just doesn't think we're going to the right route for some reason, which I think is how we're parsing it through that Istio. Okay. Anything else that you guys can think of? I think this is fine. We'll get this going. One thing that I wanted to, did I delete the catch-all? No, I didn't. I am not going to use that. I don't have a reason to, and I feel like it would cause a weird bug in the future because I'd be like overriding some other catch that I want. Although we're also going to mux, gorilla mux in the near future. All right, no route, new method. Got them, overroute written. Let's add this. So git add period. Well, I was proven wrong once again, live on stream. Although a couple days ago I was proven right, so I'm 1 for 1 if we're just counting the last couple days. I've always just done the star. I don't know. One second. Commit message. Added custom not found. All right. While we get this merging, let's install the debugging tools for debugging networking in Kubernetes, because that's actually something we struggle with classically, and it looks cool. So let's go here, go pull request, compare across forks, my own. Pull request. I know I'm being a bad neighbor. It's not a very big project, and anybody that is contributing to it is actually on chat. So, and I'm the only one that works on the API server at all. So, if all right, so while that's building the container image, let's go and install ksniff. Yeah, I don't have crew installed, so let's go install crew. I used to have crew. Oh, because this is now on Arch. I haven't used crew for a while. I don't use kubectl plugins that often. All right. How do I install this? I forget. There's an easy way to install it, right? Crew, quick start. There was a quick start button. I missed it. Quick start. Oh, the white light. Sorry for the flashbang. Install and set up. Well, that's what a quick start should. Oh no. Does Yay have it? Let's see. Let's see if Arch has it. Arch. How do I search this? Our kubectl crew. I feel like crew might be. Is this the right thing? Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's just install it with our package manager. For all of it was spelled that way, right? Yes. Okay. For all of the panes of Arch, okay, so one of my panes of Arch is basically you have to do a system update anytime you want to install something, which could screw with the stream. Because if you don't, it basically breaks your system. This is like my one pain point. But Arch also has packaged everything. Literally the universe. Right up there with that's one thing that I think Ubuntu did well with the universe package, where they have a large community that also helps package stuff. Arch is maybe even surpassed that. That's not entirely true. Go executables don't have to rely on system executables, right? Doesn't mean that they don't. I think a lot of times they don't. But like you could use SSH and you don't have to use like a built-in. You could use OpenSSH or something, right? I guess it's not common for Go packages. It's not common. You're right. It's not common. Do I have a high-level diagram? A little bit of a high-level diagram. I do have a little bit of a high-level diagram. Is it good enough So I'm working on one for the release video, but that's not on here, and it's an animation. I don't have a good way of showing you, not in Windows, because the software I'm using to animate it runs best in Windows. So I don't have a good way of showing you that. There is this, which is kind of the layers, and we are working on this layer right here, this top layer. There's this physical management that requires me to write another service called Legion, which is out of scope for right now, and we're working on this. Now, what does what in this? That is kind of described nowhere. Well, it's kind of described here, but not very well. So let's describe that. Yep. Let me just make sure this keeps going. So while we wait on that, we basically have API service here that provides HTTP. So we'll do in and out here. So it does HTTP. Does HTTP in, and it does requests out to other services. And these will be gRPC. Okay, so this just provides your standard entry point to the application. Then there are a couple things back here. So we have a service called the container runner. This is a bad name because it does a little bit more than just run containers. But basically what it does is it configures your application to run in Kubernetes. So what does it do? It does a couple things. I guess we'll just put all the things it does in here. This creates deployment. Well, it also creates a namespace, creates deployment, creates Istio routes for you. So it routes your stuff into it because all namespaces in our Istio configuration are locked to communicate with themselves. There's no cross namespace. So each resource group and user gets their own namespace. That all communication is locked to. So if you want to have two services running that can communicate to each other, they have to be in the same resource group at this point. Maybe we could bridge that resource group to resource group communication in the future. I don't know. Yes. And so another thing, Shadow Dragon, I'm working on a really awesome video for maybe I'm going to say the middle of August. So if this gets working and the whole system works at the end of July, beginning of August, I'm working on kind of a description, like what the architecture look like. You can go play with it, and that should explain even more in detail. We'll come back to this as we keep going. Okay, so we installed crew. So this is a container runner. The API service actually doesn't communicate with it with gRPC because this itself is a custom it has its own custom resource called a null application that describes a null application for us for the null cloud. So this actually is a kube manifest. So it writes Kubernetes manifests for this. This watches those manifests, watches for updates to it, and updates your application based on those manifests. That is why when you notice we ran it over here, we had to pass a kube config because the API server actually needs to write manifest files to the API server or to the Kubernetes API server. Okay, so that's the container runner. We have a container builder. that is getting worked on. Container builder. This builds a container. So when you make a request to the API server, you can make a request with just a GitHub repository, not a container. This runs a container. Surprise, surprise. So what happens if the API service gets one of those? The first thing that it does, this all needs to be event-driven. We don't have an event-driven system right yet. So while it's not event-driven, it makes a request to the container builder to build a container, and then it pulls the container. This is all done through gRPC. I'm saying it in non-gRPC terms, but it makes a request, basically waits for this to build the container image, and then it writes the manifest for that container image. So this service builds that container image for it. Builds container images. Cool. So that's what that does. Another service that we need that doesn't exactly work yet or exist is a and this doesn't need to be done by the beginning. A GitHub watcher. Basically that watches for changes to watched repositories. So when you push this and say, hey, I want to build this repository, I've got to watch that repository. So when you push to main, I build your application again and deploy it. And, there should be some options here like, hey, do you want to build it and push it to a dev environment automatically? And then there'd be a button on that, staging environment that says promote to your production environment. Those are all the types of things that are for the future, but could happen. Yeah. Okay. So other aspects of this. We have Ori, we have a UI. Right now, those are like the core concepts. There's a lot more that goes on top of that, but that's going to be in the YouTube video. So let me get to testing this. We should have our built all right, we got crew installed as well. So now we should be able to just do where's ksniff. That's what we need to do. Ksniff. It's really not a hard system. It will get more complicated in the future, but currently it's actually pretty easy to understand. Some of the cool things is like how we use Istio to lock down namespaces for networking security. We use gvisor to lock down compute and memory safety. And those will all be in the videos. I plan on making several videos, kind of like I do with the database, one every few months. I have a new database one that we're going to work on maybe next Saturday. I am kind of pushing to get this out, but I do have everything pretty much written up for the database one. We're doing indexes next, which are pretty fun. We have two things. We have indexes and we have actually metadata on disk. I think we're going to do a high level index one talking about indexes. Then we're going to make our metadata on disk, and then we're going to actually implement indexes because it has effects, which is pretty cool. Anyways. Oh, I need to go here. We need to go here. We got a new one. Beautiful. Then we need to go over here, open up this again. We need to open recent deployments. There we go. We're going to put this here. Nice and nice. Let's see. We're going to go to code. No cloud deployments. All right. All right. And everything's deployed. So the other thing that I'm doing is this is kind of a monolith. It's kind of what I consider to be a good monolith. The container builder is broken out, and I'll tell you why on security reasons. Building a container inside of a container is actually difficult, very difficult. And to do it for this first time, we're actually going to mount the Docker sock into this container, which is a security nightmare. And so to do it nicely, we're just going to isolate this where it runs away from everything else. It's still a security nightmare because you shouldn't do that, because effectively you give root privileges to anybody that breaks this service. But it's the way we're going to do it right now, because building a container in a container is hard. It's hard, and that's how we're going to do it. So there was reasons to make this its own service. There was a reason to make this its own service because it's actually an operator, and it doesn't. I have done this. I've made web services out of operators. It's a mess and a nightmare later on. I wouldn't suggest doing that either. So this is basically the monolith that we're making. And then we're going to experience breaking that up later. And I've done some things in this, like how we've written it, to make it easier to break up. While the controllers do cross-communicate, they actually communicate through their interface. So you should be able to break that into a gRPC interface without too much of pain, other than making the gRPC interface. Eddington is kind of it's a service architecture, and right now a lot of this, you know what, I think I'm going to make a video on this. I'm done with microservices. I'm done with the word microservice, because what is small enough to equate to a microservice, I don't know. And I think it causes too much confusion. I think we need to get rid of the word microservice altogether. There are service architectures and there are not service architectures. That's actually easy to draw the line. And a service architecture is basically, does your team provide a service that either external people or internal teams can use as a service? If it is, it's a service architecture, because now we don't have to get into an argument about how big your code base is. I think I actually just dislike the term microservice architecture. I think we should get rid of it. And the word monolith. Because what do you mean? Because some people would argue with me that holding state makes you a monolith, which is just full of garbage. Absolutely. Does it mean that it's hard to scale? Absolutely. It makes it very hard to scale. But you can have a microservice that holds state. 100%. It's not great. Not great. Lots of microservices are stateless for a reason. But that's not generally what's in the definition of a microservice anyways. Anyways, sorry, I know that I'm getting into a little bit of a rant. Yes, I think this is the most confusing thing to people. Now, the API service at this point doesn't have a single responsibility. And so a lot of people would say, because it doesn't have a single responsibility, it's a monolith. Maybe. Does the service hold state itself? No, it doesn't. It uses a database, so it can scale horizontally. But single responsibility is difficult, because what is a single responsibility? You could boil it down to, it can only have a single function, because that is single responsibility. But that's kind of a ridiculous extreme. Almost nobody considers a microservice a single function. That's taking it all the way to the lambda and saying, if it's not lambda, it's not a microservice. But that is just taking it to a whole nother extreme. So nobody takes that either. So I think as an industry we should get rid of now, does a service architecture become a distributed architecture? That I think is a good argument to have, as like right now this isn't a distributed architecture. It is a service architecture. It provides a service. The Eddington service is provided by this, but it's not really a distributed architecture at this point. When we get an event system using NATs and whatnot, we can talk about having a distributed architecture, which is different than a service architecture. But a distributed architecture can still be a service architecture. You can have a service architecture and a distributed architecture. I just think that microservice actually has no meaning. I just think I used to think I had these ideals, and even in my last video is what kind of made me start thinking about this. I have these ideals that I think microservices really are about how you organize your company. But the more I've been thinking about it, and I watched my video and I've had some arguments with people about my video, and the more that I've been thinking about it, the more it's that not that microservices just don't mean anything. You can say whatever you want, but a service architecture means something. A distributed architecture means something. Microservices doesn't mean anything. That's the problem. And generally, extremes are bad. But when you make a definition, single responsibility, how do you define that? And there's some vagary in it. And that's fine. There's some vagary. What is the minimum you can keep in a service without needing to deploy multiple services when you make a change to one? That might be your service bound. That's a good way of thinking about it. I like that. I don't dislike that. This is a good conversation. Sorry to I know that we were doing stuff and I got sidetracked. It's just been, I feel like too many people get they feel like for their careers to go anywhere or something, they have to say the right terms. And I think that the right terms are misleading and bad for a lot of people, and actually cause bad architectures in general, and cause people to have, a team of 5 people with 20 services that they maintain, and they think that is the thing that makes them scale, when that's not what makes you scale. Scaling is a problem that we can talk about, and scaling is an interesting and a hard problem, but breaking your service into individual functions isn't what makes you scale. That's something I've said for a lot. Sorry. Anyways, I didn't mean to make this a whole rant. I apologize. I do get passionate about it though, because I think a lot of teams get screwed by the fashion engineering. I don't know what to call it. I call it fashion engineering. Basically, when you take whatever is the latest trend and you think it solves your problem. And I would argue that this is one reason my YouTube channel is not as bombastic as others, because I don't say you need to do this, because I think that gets a lot of people in a lot of trouble. I try to give people options and the ability to think through those options. I also am terrible at clickbait. But yeah, I think it's a problem. All right. So, this is interesting. This is what we would think it should be. API v1 marketing email. API v1 marketing email. This is what works locally. Why doesn't it work in the Kubernetes let's run it locally again, and understand. Russell, we need to certify this. I like this. I think what you just said is solid gold. Scaling is always made difficult by the data. If it weren't for the data, deployment would be easy. This is what I was trying to talk about. I don't know that I did it justice. In the AWS blog article, it was all about how they dealt with data. That was the thing. How they dealt, how you transfer data through your application, how you access the data. That is what makes scaling hard. It's not about the microservices that don't hold state. It's about the state that you have. Every service has state. You just put it in a database and hope that the database can scale for you, which if it's Aerospike, it can. Just as a warning, I work for Aerospike. So they didn't ask me or pay me to say anything. They do pay me, but they pay me to work, not to stream. I like that. Scaling is always made difficult by the data and how you use your data and what your data is and what you're doing with the data. Like what you actively do with the data. Not even like holding petabytes of data is easy. Doing something with petabytes of data is hard. Thank you, Russell. That was perfect. Okay, so let's run local and see what because we get the right thing local host 8080. And we're just going to add something on here to make sure it returns. And we're going to run the kubeconfig run. So we're serving on 8080. I don't know what's wrong. So how do you feel, Russell? How do you feel? How does it feel? How does it feel? I don't know what's wrong because this works locally. This works locally. And it's giving us the same path. This is the path. But in our deployment, Jin is giving us a not found. It's hitting our server. This is our Jin server. The only thing that was... What? Hey, Alf WW, thanks for joining us. Probably not. That would be my guess that I screwed that up somehow. But so this is running on a Kubernetes cluster with Istio running. This right here, this return here is from our Jin server. So it's actually hitting the Jin server. So we can look at the setup here. So our virtual service here is running this. So we know that this is hitting our Jin service. But our Jin service is returning a 404. We updated our Jin service. That's what we did. We just did right now to have this to basically have a custom 404 where we return the path. We return not found, but we also return the path just to make sure that our ingress wasn't screwing with the route that Jin was getting. And that doesn't seem to be the case. This is the right path. So not only do we know that it's hitting the service, we know that Jin is getting the right path. I don't know about you guys. I'm blaming the aliens. All right. What can I do to debug this? Oh. That was a good thought. That was a good thought. That was a good thought. If it was that, I would have been angry, but happy too because it would start working. The only thing I can think of start doing is actually run it in Kubernetes. It has to be the app because this is the app responding. We just updated this to respond with a JSON string with this. Can I make this bigger for you guys? There we go. Oh, there we go. All right. So is there anything that can change depending on the build? Oh, good point. Good point. Let's see. Build args. What args are we building for this? We are building some. So we have. This is Ori stuff for authentication, so we don't need to worry about that configuration. We have the cube config, which we're just using the internal one. That shouldn't actually change anything. And then the port. Let's check what we're using for port. So our deployment. Oh. Wait. This doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Jin is responding, but if Jin was on the wrong port, it wouldn't be responding. But I feel like Jin is on the wrong port. And it's responding. So if we don't give it a port in config, which we're giving it 8080 anyways in the configuration for this. We're giving it 8080, but our deployment says 3000, which is wrong. So we can fix that. Alf WW, by the way, this is Argo CD. I don't know if you've used Argo CD. The service did point to 8080, so I'm thinking it was fine anyways. I'm thinking it was fine anyways. And then this is mapping port 80, which is what we use on the web. Okay. This is better, but I think it was okay. You could just run the image as a local Docker container. Yes, I can do that. It's going to fail, though, because it needs the kube config. I don't have an easy way to pass that into a local Docker container. We could. We can start running. We can get... we can try to get tilt working. So tilt works. It just doesn't... Yeah, tilt works. Let's just do tilt. So one thing we have to make sure is that we don't have this as our thing because that's our production one, and tilt would stomp on production. So k-config use context kind. Wait. Oh. Sorry. It's not a flag. It's not a flag. My bad. Oh, well, cool. It's pretty cool because basically, you know that we made this change over in this manifest. I commit this change to the Git repo, and it's gonna deploy it automatically for me. So like git status, git add, git commit -m, updated port on deployment for API service git push. Now, probably don't want to do this for production because that's literally just going out to production, but it's now updating. It's pretty awesome. You can see it here. I had it open. Let's open that again. Argo CD. So it synced last 18 minutes ago. We can watch it and it will sync again. It will see that change. It checks every 30 minutes or 30 seconds to a minute, I think. I don't know exactly how often it checks for changes. We can also just tell it to sync if we wanted to. Like that. So you saw it went out of sync for a second. It was synchronizing those manifest files. All right. Let's see. So this is our local kind cluster. Now we can do tilt up. Oh. Cancel tilt up. There we go. Okay, so what we can do is we can see tilt here. So this is locally. So it's going to build all the containers locally. The only thing is that I haven't done for local is set up any type of Istio routing through it. So Istio doesn't work in it, but we should still be able to access the service and see if it's working on localhost 9000 when this is up and running. Now we can also check this. We're still, like I said, that port wasn't causing the problem. This is really interesting. This is also terrifying me because usually I have an idea of what went wrong, and I am, pardon my English, but I am flummoxed. I do believe that's a very British word. Probably offended all the English with how I pronounced it because I've only ever read the word, so there's that. And I've only read it from British authors. Sounded right to you? Perfect. Awesome. You know, like, okay, so Tilt has gotten up. It's ready to go. We can now just plug this into Postman and see how that is. But this, unfortunately, is proxying through. So that works. It just basically mounted the service for the API. And we can actually make it a bad path like this. And we can see the return response. Which means it's not getting other information. Like, it's just getting that. Oh, I'm sorry, Shadow Dragon. I did not mean to make it confusing. Tilt is a really cool tool, and I have it like half set up for Eddington. Basically, what you do is you run tilt up in the project, and then tilt runs your things. The really cool thing about it, you can see this was 2 minutes ago, the API service. Let's go make a change to the API service. This is really, really cool. I actually really like tilt, especially for something like, you'll notice here the container runner, that operator that we were talking about. Well, it has to run in Kubernetes. That's like it has to run in Kubernetes. Well, it's running in Kubernetes. It's doing Kubernetes things. It's pretty fantastic. And so I ran tilt up, but let's go and make a change. We're going to make a change to make this, let's not change the port. That would just break everything. Let's just add some space and save. Okay, we added some space and save, which is going to cause, check this out. It rebuilt. It rebuilt the API server, redeployed it to your Kubernetes cluster like that. Pretty fantastic. So now we can make a change. Like, let's actually make a change that we can see just to prove it out here. We're going to add something here. Let's do verb request method just because it's easy. All right, I hit control save. I jumped over here to here and I hit send. It's not quite out yet. It's building. It's still building. 1 second. So it still has to build the container image. All right. We go over here. We hit send. Come on, you slow piece of garbage. All right. And now we hit send. And we can see that we now have our new stuff in Kubernetes all running. So hot redeployment for a Kubernetes debugging environment. Yep. So this is the problem, Russell. This is the problem. It is not using these files. Not right now. It's using what's in the tilt file. So it's just building off of this. And this is what allows it to do the hot reload because it watches these files. Yeah, it is another file, unfortunately. And it's something you have to maintain. Now, what I think we can do is I think we can actually point it at these. The only problem with pointing it at these files is that you won't get the hot reload on dev because these have versions in them. So it's not going to switch them out and things like that. So in the tilt file here, you can give it YAML, but you can also do customize. The other problem is these files don't exist in the same repository. So I don't know. This is I don't know. I don't know at this point. Let's do it. It uses the Docker file, 100%. What this runs is the Docker file, and it builds the containers that are defined here. Yes, it uses this, 100%. And it uses all the code that's here. It's valuable. Now, what I think we could do is I think we could make a secondary tilt file that points at these manifests. I think we should try that. I haven't done that yet. The thing is, everybody, I need something else to try for this because this is working. This is working. I guess the only thing that I can do is say that ingress must be screwing with the request somehow. Now, there are some things in the Istio ingress. I think I had a tab open with this. In the virtual service, they had some stuff where it was like either a direct response. An HTTP rule can either be a direct response, a redirect, or forward. And the default is forward. Direct response is used to specify a fixed response that should be sent to client. I don't think I want a direct response. I think that's Istio redirecting it. I don't want to send a redirect. I'm not redirecting to a different path. So I think forward is the correct. This is the part I hate about Istio. Every single time I use Istio, it's like some little gotcha that does Jin have a way to get the true raw request coming in? I mean, it has the raw request coming into it. It can't tell you if Istio made something up for it, right? Like, Istio could, in theory, rewrite all the headers. It shouldn't. It shouldn't, and I don't think it does. What are you looking for? I mean, we can go and add those things here. So, like, this is the request here. What on the request would you like? That's why I tried to print out the whole request. There is no... Maybe there's this? Oh, maybe the raw path is different? Well, if you don't see it in the raw request, if you can either log or respond with the raw text. Okay. That's why I tried to return just the whole request. But it didn't like to serialize out the whole request. There's a copy. Full path. Although for not found, right, because that's evaluating that out. Okay. Uh, Get raw data. Can we get like all headers? Wait, let me just try putting the headers. Request.headers. Can I do just the headers though? Like all the headers? Let's see. Tilt should be updating it. Yeah, Tilt's going. All right. Raw path didn't work. We found that out reading it a little bit there. All right, and then here is what did I put as text? Oh, that's the headers. My bad. I should update that. So this is just the whole headers. We have the verb post. I don't know that this is gonna help, except to get my Ori session cookie. I mean, we'll leave that in there. Headers. I don't think we want query, honestly. I can't serialize the request. Give me options. Params, index, full path. Let's see. These are the only things public. Request, writer. Let's actually look at the request. So we have the method, the URL, the proto, the header, the body. I don't think the body is helpful. Multi-part form. Maybe this is what we want. The request URI. While that is going, we're going to keep looking. That'll build and deploy. Response, context, cancel. Oh, that's it. Let's add this in there. What other functions are there in request? Let's see. Context clone. So those are the protocols, user agents, cookies. This is something I would do. Multi-part reader. Value default. Write proxy. Let's see what this looks like at this point. We have our headers. Our URI is API v1 marketing email done. Okay, I'm gonna push this out to production to see, because everything's working here, but I want to compare it with what we have out live. Not with the ingress that's out there. Nope. Now we know it's hitting this ingress. We know it's hitting the Eddington service because it actually responds with the stuff that we said for a not found. We can actually do that right now. It doesn't have the new stuff out there yet. But if we go to nullcloud.io and send this, it responds with our stuff. It's hitting our service. It is just not. This is a actual route. This is a route on that service. I did actually try that. I tried this. That was the first thing that I tried because I thought maybe it was double dipping. But that, one second, that doesn't work either. I also tried removing this completely. that makes us route to the UI portion because we're splitting on API v1, or API is the thing that splits it out to the backend services. So this hits our API endpoint, just does it wrong. Our API service is like, nah, I don't care. Don't know, don't care. Screw you. I'm up for more stupid things to try. 100%. I'm up for more stupid things. I have tried some stupid things. Now, we also did just install a plugin, didn't we, for networking problems? Although, I don't know that this is going to help because, like I said, I know we're getting to our service. Our service is getting hit. Our service is responding. Our service is just saying it doesn't have a path there for some reason. It doesn't have a route, which is the weird part. You know what? We could actually check the logs of that service. That's what we're going to do right now. Hey, bud, that's probably good enough for now. All right. So let's k get pods dash in null cloud k logs dash in null cloud. So it's getting hit. It just says it's not found. It's returning 404 on all of these. This one is a real route. Oh. Oh, mom. There you go. There you go. Wait a second. I would have found that out because in the new version, I actually put oh, well. I actually put the the verb in there. All right. So, it's ingress is is not forwarding the request correctly. Now, this should just be forwarding it. So forward is the default, right? That's what we were reading. So if we go here and look at forward, where's forward? Can redirect or forward the default traffic. The forward and target can be one of the several versions of a service. Let's just search this. My goodness. My goodness. That took way too long to figure out. All right. So Istio forwards post as get. All right. I need your guys' help. What am I doing wrong here? This is our virtual service. And this is getting rerouted as a. This is getting forwarded as a get, not a post. So it's not maintaining the verb. And this search did not help. Istio virtual service for route forwarding does not maintain verb. I call lie. I call a lie right here. Lets you easily control the flow of service. That's not true. Not true. Uh, all right, let's ask ChatGPT. My Istio Thank you. Thank you for that. Passive aggressive ChatGPT. I don't need to match on posts. Like, I want all of them to go. I think this is wrong. I mean, this is not the first time ChatGPT has been wrong. Like, so our matching is working. So this match right here is working. I think I got something in my eye. 1 second. This right here is working, 100%. It's just forwarding it as a. Yeah, like I could also see like if you wanted to post or get on a different service, like you had super microservices where posts were handled on one service and gets were handled on another service or something like that, you could do that. Like I'm fine with being able to do something like that, but I don't I don't know why. Oh, and they're doing a match on the route instead of a mat. Okay, it doesn't matter, but I don't think that's a valid thing. I don't mind changing it. I just hmm. I was trying to look through the Istio docs here. Okay, I guess a good thought would be to check the gateway. I don't do anything around rewriting post to, like I do very simple. I just forward HTTPS onto the onto this. That's my gateway. And my virtual services point to the null cloud gateway. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it shouldn't rewrite the verb unless if I ask it to rewrite the verb. Like, I'm fine with being able to do that, but it shouldn't do that unless if I've asked it to, and I don't have anything asking it to. And it's not like it's not getting to the API. It's routing. It just is forwarding it. This is just matching destination, routing rules precedence, the hosts field. Okay, yeah, whatever. They're just talking about this example. Hey, Dutch, what's up? All right, Dutch, I have one for you. You love Kubernetes. You love Istio. You told me you're an Istio expert, so I'm going to expect you to solve it like that. Dutch, we have a problem. When we send a request locally, we have this post request. When we make that request in our cluster, when we use it in our cluster, Dutch, that is using Istio, we get not found. And the reason we get not found is that it's getting rewritten. Our post is getting rewritten as a get. This is our virtual service. I don't know how to tell Istio to please stop rewriting our headers. Is there like a preserve headers flag? Actually, let me search for that. And so far, I haven't searched correctly to get Istio preserve preserve. I'm blanking on the name of it. The verb. Source verb. I don't care about the original source IP, how to preserve source client IP. That's not really what I care about. It's the verb getting rewritten. We're trying to understand preserve the. Why do you think Dutch got his name the way it is? That's everybody's response. Now, Shadow Dragon. He's gonna charge me for it. Everybody thinks it's from Red Dead Redemption. Classic. Classic. Black coffee and toast. That sounds fantastic. Families in Europe? That must be rough. I mean, unless you don't like them, then maybe it's nice. But I'm guessing that if you're meeting with them, that it's not the case. All right. All right. What do I search? What do I search? Chat. I need your guys' help. Dutch migrated to California. I am obviously not searching the right thing. I am. Somebody else has had to have this issue. Thanks, Russell. Thank you. Thank you for that. You know what I am going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I have a solution. I have a solution that involves me getting another cup of coffee. It involves me getting another cup of coffee. So that means we got to do this. Python code. Wait. We have this. We worked on this. This was fantastic. What I renamed it to make it more clear. What did I rename it as? Why is naming so hard? There we go. There we go. There we go. I'm going to get a cup of coffee because Dutch just, teased that black cup of coffee right in my face. I need some more coffee. I'm going to be thinking that I don't know what I'm going to be thinking about maybe what I'm going to replace Istio with. I'll be right back in just a second. Thanks, everybody. Be right back. All right, I'm back. That is a mighty fine piece of Python right there. uh, uh, was painful to write. Okay, so I forgot to take my phone, so I definitely didn't do any Googling. So let's think this through, shall we? I don't know why I'm not getting any hits on the searching for this. I was gonna say, Russell, I'm just with the same problem. Usually, like it's pretty easy to find. So I've searched for I've searched for verb. I've searched for a couple different ways of referring to it, and I don't. I just have a gateway and a service, a virtual service. So those are the only two things that we have here. We have this gateway, which is this is just terminating the TLS. And then this virtual service that uses that gateway. You can see it uses that, it's referring to that gateway. Let's see. I'm effectively not configuring. Like, I'm effectively not configuring any of this. I don't have any special configuration. It really wants me to do this. You know what? I'm thinking, why not just do this? I feel like I have to put in multiple though. One second. Let's look for match. Let's look at the documentation for match and see what they say for this. Virtual service match, which is a match request. Match headers. All right. Okay. doesn't really. Header manipulation rules. Oh, you're right. It's not a header. Um, we're not redirecting. So like are all of these just GET requests? Like all of these are configured super simply. Are they all just GET requests? Restricts CORS origin requests to those originating from example.com domain using the HTTP post GET or GET. So I don't have a CORS policy. We could try upgrading everything. I think I'm on several versions old Istio. The Kubernetes cluster is 124 instead of 125 or even 126. Um, that seems like a big option for something I'm not sure is a bug. I'm not sure that I'm not sure this is a bug with Istio. I don't know what to search though. Istio. Why? This match is working. Did we look up the destination? So if we go here, route destination. Is there something we can do here? So for those of you just joining, we're trying to actually write some Go, but our first problem before we can write Go to debug is why this virtual service is rewriting everything as a GET request. So all of our post requests fails because it's getting rewritten as a GET request. So I don't know if any of you have any experience with virtual services or Istio, but that's kind of the pressing issue here because nothing else will work if we don't get that working. Now, I don't know that I've ever run into this problem before. I've actually used Istio before. This seems... The only thing that ever talks about this is the CORS policy for allowed methods, which I don't have a CORS policy, so it should allow everything. Even it's not a CORS error anyways, because it's literally just saying not found. We could create another virtual service. Yeah, let's actually, we already have another virtual service out there for the UI. It only has GET requests though. So that's not a very good one. Let's create another virtual service. Let's just do it. Let's name this the test virtual service. Is there something we'd like to change? So we have the host as Eddington API, which is here. Target port 8080, which is what's configured with port 80. And we know traffic's getting there, so that's not a problem. And the deployment's here. Anything else? Oh, you know what? Let's, one last thing. We've been using V1 Alpha 3, and there's V1 Beta 1, but the files are actually the exact same. These files are the exact same, so let's actually switch this over to V1 Beta 1. And while we do this, we're going to just change this to a prefix of none, so they don't conflict. Just for this little bit. It's going to be V1 Beta 1. I'm going to change this to Beta 1 too. Maybe there is a bug because you know what? I bet you there's a different controller that handles Alpha 3 versus Beta 1. Both are supported in our version. So I think. Or maybe mine only, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if this works or breaks. All right. It's deployed. No, the Gen app won't respond to it. I mean, actually, it would. The Gen app would respond to it. It just would be not found. No, it still is going to respond with not found. There's no valid route through there. Right? But we did that because we want this test virtual service to go to the API v1. We're creating a new virtual service to make sure it's not a one-off. And we're just gimping this one for a second. Let's check this. When did it last sync? Let's just sync it. Should take like 10 seconds to synchronize that. Cool. All right, so it's still not finding this, as we would expect. Interesting. Oh, you know what? You know what? I did not add this. So I don't think that got deployed. We gotta do it again. My bad. I didn't put it to the customize, which is what applies all the stuff here. So, yeah, we do need to watch the pods log. You are correct. So we will check those out in just a second. Let's see how this works. This is still so so. Like I said, it did get redirected, but it's going to be not found, which we expected. Let's see if this works. API v1 marketing. Okay, so this went to the front end. This it got to the front end. So this didn't get directed at all. Let's make sure that this virtual service is out there. Oh, that's not what I meant at all. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It didn't create it. Why did you not create it? You're not saying that there's a problem with the synchronization. Oh, did I make a typo? That's quite believable. Okay, that shouldn't affect us not seeing this. We added it to the customization, the test vs YAML. So now the API should be deploying it, but I didn't see it. So you know what we're going to do? It is in Git. The reason it's not, I was just thinking about this, is why it's not is it's actually part of the null cloud deployment, which means we actually have to refresh the whole thing, all of the deployments, for that to be picked up, because it's going to check the resources that it knows are applied to that resource, which it means it has to be something that's already in it for that synchronization to work. So we'd have to do the whole thing, which could take a little while, which is why I just applied it. So we should see it now. And now this shouldn't go to the front end anymore, but it's still not found. And this is the V beta one. All right, I need something else to try. Let's see the logs. Good call. Good call. They're all just getting rewritten as gets. I mean, let's validate. Let's make a new one with a very this one, a very wrong route. We can just validate that this is the right service. It's getting to the right service, this one. And it's getting rewritten as a Git. Oh, what am I missing? What am I missing? I'm missing something. Deep breaths. Oh, good point. Good point. Let's test that. Let's test that. That's what ChatGPT keeps saying. Which seems asinine. Which seems asinine, but we will. We will do this. Oh, is this not a list? Did we? This would be really dumb, because this means we have to actually do this twice. You know what? Let's not do the Git first. Let's just run it as this. Let's reapply that. Yeah. Just doing post. Good call. Good call. Good call. And let's see if that does something. It's still getting routed as a Git. The cool thing is, it knew it was a post. It knew it was a post. 1 second. Let's put this to Git. Watch this. Watch this. I bet you this doesn't route it. I bet you this doesn't route it. So let's do another string, just so that we have yeah. I bet you this won't work. This won't oh, it did. It did. It doesn't care. It literally doesn't care. I don't think this is right on many levels from ChatGPT, because if you looked over here when we were looking at this, when we dug into it, the exact doesn't look like it was methods. You know what? I tried verb. Let me search for method. Istio rewrites method. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. I think I found something. Rewrite HTTP URIs and authority headers. Rewrite cannot be used with redirect printer. Rewrite will be performed before forwarding. We know we're using forwarding. So maybe we need to write a rewrite that doesn't rewrite. Like, I would have hoped that rewrite didn't rewrite by default. Never mind. Never mind. That's not what I was thinking it might do. Never mind. So, see here in the match, where's the match? Oh yeah. Oh, this was for headers. Redirect, rewrite. There's a method on match. Match condition specifies a set of criterion to be met in order to route rule to apply to a connection or HTTP request. The condition provides distinct set of conditions for each protocol. Blah 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 blah. Must match the protocol. For example, the following route rule restricts the rule to match only requests ordering from reviews v2, accessing rating reviews, blah blah blah, and requests. All right. But I don't think match helps us because that's just limiting. That's filtering. Like, I don't want to filter it. I just want it to stop rewriting the method. So there's a method on match request. So we could do method, but that's again on a match. All I want is preserve. And it's routing destinations. Let's see, is there a method down here? This is on the cores again, allow methods. And this is on the match again. Istio preserve method. Thanks everybody for tuning in to watch me not route things through Istio. It's good to see you all. I hope your guys' day is going better than mine. I had wanted to write a bunch of code. I thought this was going to be the easiest thing I solved. But there's magic happening. This reminds me of my good old Ruby days. Well, I hope your day was more productive than mine so far. I've learned a lot of ways not to route. Okay, I gotta change it up. We gotta change it up. I have to be not. I have to be using the wrong words. I have to be saying something wrong. I have to be Googling wrong. I guess I'm not a very senior engineer. I think the best senior engineers are those that can wordsmith Google. Post, rewrite as get. Here we go. Well, I'm not Googling well right now. Okay, maybe I need to. What if you try a destination rule and route to that? Okay. Do you think this is the secret sauce right here? I'm gonna try it really quickly. I'm gonna try it really quickly because I'm desperate. I'm desperate. Don't judge me. It doesn't strike me as the solution. Ugh. And it's not even valid. It's not even valid. What? It's not even. Wait. Let me make. Oh, wait. This is on par. Okay, I screwed up. It's like this. It's like this. Okay. Okay, so maybe that just doesn't exist. We got a good old hallucination. I didn't even check documentation. I just tried what they said. All right, destination rule is the next thing. Istio destination rule. Hey, we have a solid 10 viewers. That's the most viewers I have ever had. Welcome. If you're new, you're just joining. You're joining me to see me not write code because I decided I would brave Istio and it was a mistake. And it's a mistake that keeps punishing me. All right. So, destination rule defines a policy that applies to traffic intended for a service after routing has occurred. These rules specify configuration for load balancing, connection pool size from the sidecar, and outlier detection settings to detect and evict unhealthy hosts from the load balancing pool. For example, a simple load balancing policy for the rating service would look like this. I don't think we have a load. Today we're reading the docs. I'm sorry, y'all. Do you guys what? Okay, vote. Real vote here. Real vote. I can do something else. I'm going to take a poll. If you guys would like to see some Go, I can probably do something outside of this on our list and write some Go. Or we have a couple things. I'm gonna do a poll here for you all. New poll. So what we're gonna do, the question is, what would you like? Would you like to see? Continue debugging Istio. Continue the Istio debugging. I can't write debugging, so it's just debug. Write some updates to we're gonna do some Rust. This option is gonna be for the Rusters out there. Updates to the Twitch alerts. Man, they only allow like 6 letters. To TA, which is Twitch alerts. TA. I'm gonna put Rust there. All right. The other things that we can do, let me look at my list really quickly. We had a nice list here. There's some, none of these can we fix, like we could do the front end branding, but that doesn't really, we could work on the local dev experience a little, which is using Tilt, which is pretty cool. Work on Tilt. All right. Or one last one. This is a Go one. The work on the container building service. So when you have a container that's going to build that has a gRPC interface, do you guys want to see that? So the container builder. All right. Poll started. Let me get those results up here. I just want to make sure, especially since there's quite a few of you, more than I've ever actually had, that we're doing what you guys would like to see. Which right now, and I won't vote on this one. I actually can't vote. I don't know how to vote. Maybe I can vote. I don't know if I can vote. We must try our hardest to make the poll a tie. I hate you. I'm not showing the results then. I'm not showing the results. Just because of Russell's attempt. Every single time I do a poll, it ends up as a tie. And I think this is Russell's planning. He's actually like 6 of the accounts that are viewing right now. And he's sitting there like every time somebody votes, he votes on another one. This, Russell, is why you get blamed for everything. Para, how are you doing? We are all Russell. All right, let's see what we're okay. We have a tie. We have a tie so far. If it ends on this tie, what we're going to do is we're going to do 50-50. We're going to take a little break to do the updates to the Rust because what I noticed was that we didn't have any support for subscribers, and there's a few subscribers. Ooh, continue Istio debug. 1 in the last second. The last second. Okay. Well, we might still do a little bit because I actually have some subscribers, so we might as well notify subscribers and build on their story, which is what's not happening right now, is that building on their story. So let's get back into debugging Istio. You haven't watched my Rust videos. That's hurtful. That's hurtful. All right. Istio. Well, you guys had a chance to vote. There's 9 of you, so you can't blame Russell because there was only 3 votes. Now, if there was 15 votes, I would say that there was something up with the votes. All right. we were looking at the destination rule. All right. All right. So destination rule. So let's look at this. Load balance. So this is looking like load balancing traffic. I'm not sure this is the right path. Version specific policies can be specified, but define name of subset and override the specific settings at the service level. So we're looking at like versions there. Okay, and this is like a subset. So for a very specific version, you could do a different one. Traffic policies can be customized to specific ports as well. Okay, so the following rule uses the least connection load balancing policy for all traffic to port 80, while it uses round robin load balancing for port. Okay, so you could do different types of traffic routing for load balancing for different things. I'm not sure this is helping so far, what I've seen. The following example destination rule can be applied to a specific workload using workload selector. So that's important. If we were going to use this, we'd want to use the workload selector. I don't know that this actually affects us. So I kind of wanted to see what this headers request policy was as well. But I don't think it actually exists. Let's go to the request gateway, TLS, TCP. Oh, I see what you were thinking, but can I actually? Oh, okay. I see what you were saying. So you were saying use a destination rule to route the traffic. Okay, let's try that. I see what you were saying now. I got confused as to what you were saying. All right. So, how do we set this up? A destination rule defines policies that apply to traffic intended for a service after routing has occurred. These rules specify configuration for load balance and connection pool size. So, this happens after routing, which means after this, which this is routing it. But I don't think that's going to help because it's not before this. It happens after routing, right? So, it has to have the virtual service anyways. This is just saying, so this is stating that we're routing to a service, a pod. This is basically saying, how do we route to those service? How do we handle that load balance connection? So if the service is already getting rewritten as a GET request over a POST request, I don't think that matters. All right, let's just throw it in here. Good call. We'll do it. I mean, this is interesting. We're going to do. We gotta state the workload. Workload selector. This right here. All right, this is the one we're taking. So host, we're just going to do for all, like we have been. Workload selector is going to be our app, which our app is Eddington API. And we'll try this. Oh wait, we gotta fix that first. ChatGPT failed us again. Everybody that's like, I wrote an entire video game with ChatGPT in 1 hour. I don't get you. I need to interview you because I obviously fail to get ChatGPT to do what I want 90% of the time. Maybe 80% of the time. All right, so let's go ahead and send this. It still made it. Don't you need to alter the virtual service to use the destination rule? Do you? I thought it was just 1 second. These rules specify configuration for load balancing connection pull side from the load card. The outlier detection settings to detect and evict unhealthy nodes, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't say that I do. Is destination rule part of the? If it is, it probably is. Route destination. Oh, now this is interesting. On the virtual service, there is both HTTP route destination and route destination. This is layer 4 versus not. We did HTTP, right? I don't know what this one is. Yeah, this is HTTP. Okay. Do we? I don't know. So here we have route destination, but this isn't like selecting a route destination. Dutch, we're working on it. You left us. You left us. If you were here, it would be fixed. But you left us. I was gonna say your full name. No, we haven't fixed it yet. We're still working on it. We're trying some stuff out. We're trying this workload selector. We have this destination. I don't know how. I don't know how we're supposed to. No. Family is important. I'm just teasing. I kid. What am I missing? What am I missing, dude? You're saying that I need to reference this destination rule in route, but I don't see it. So we have route destinations, but I don't see like route destination rules. I'm just so honestly, this is kind of how Istio works though, because if you notice, like, I guess this I do specify what gateway it's a part of, but that's because you can have multiple gateways, and this manages which one it is. But I think this would just work on any one that matches the host, which is the one that we're using, and the API. I don't know. I haven't used destination rules, but it doesn't say add it to your virtual service. And there's no place in my virtual service to add it. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's go back to the route this. Does this allow you to specify a virtual service? Let's go. Usually they give this yeah, so host subset workload select. Yeah, it just gives you a workload selector. So you can't select the virtual service this applies to. And this is still coming through as a GET request. All right, I'm going to ask something that I probably should know, but don't. What layer is... It's in the HTTP layer. Never mind. I do know that. I'm not even going to ask it. Our method's in the HTTP layer. The only thing I was thinking is we see in the documentation here that there's a TLS and an HTTP route. And so I was going to say, if we're using TLS, it could actually drop the HTTP route destination. That's my only thought, is that we're using a TLS route instead of a HTTP. But the TLS is right here, and we're using HTTP. We're using HTTP. We are using HTTP. The HTTP route destination host. Maybe we need to do this header manipulation. This is what ChatGPT wanted me to do, but they did it wrong. Header operations. Set, add, remove. Now, honestly, is the method not part of the headers? It is part of the headers, right? I'm now confused as whether our HTTP methods part of the headers. I feel like one I won't actually believe. Is host. Right. It is, but it also isn't. All right, all right. All right. What am I doing? I am... There's header operations, but again, if it's not part of header, there's no method or verb. in virtual service documentation. All right, what's another way we could debug what's going? Let's actually check the logs of Istio stuff. You know, there should be some logs somewhere, right? Let's see if we can't find them. Get. Let's just do a K. The link says you should be using HTTP, not TLS in the virtual service. Oh, okay. Yeah. Because TLS wouldn't have the verb because TLS is, the verb is in the HTTP request. So, like, it could just, like, be stripping stuff out. Okay, you know what I'm thinking? I have a thought. Everything that we do here goes through, and see, HTTPS works because it goes. Oh no. I know the problem. You solved it for us. Is it this? So this terminates our TLS connection. Right. You're right. Like, if I delete this, then I don't get TLS termination, and we get an unsecure website. I should be able to terminate a TLS certificate without. Right. Oh. I'm just trying to think through here. And I do specify that this is HTTP protocol. Like, we're using the HTTP and HTTPS protocol, not TLS. We're using the ingress gateway. So let's look for logs in the ingress gateway. Let's do that. What does Istio call their ingress gateway? Istio get logs from ingress gateway. I have tried both. I use HTTPS. I get. Oh, wait. I was using just HTTP. Oh my goodness. Oh my. All right. So, for the longest of time, I used HTTP. And HTTP. Oh my goodness. HTTP is getting rewritten. HTTPS is not. let's look at the logs. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right, now I need to understand why. I need to understand why really quickly. Why is HTTP getting rewritten, but HTTPS is actually working? Now we are getting this because I don't have the secret in there to store it in the backend, and it needs a secret update. But this is no problem. This is easy. Without the S, without the secure connection, it doesn't work. Now, I think this has to do with this. Why does this rewrite the why is this rewriting it? When we have a secure connection, it's not getting rewritten, but a non-secure connection, which honestly, we should delete this. We don't want people using HTTP to access our, we don't want people using HTTP. I don't think people should be able to use HTTP. So they should always be redirected to the HTTPS. Oh, I know. I think I understand why, maybe. I think I might understand why. I have an idea. I do believe. Well, I don't think I have it configured. You can have it auto redirect the HTTPS. You can have it do an auto redirect to the HTTPS. So basically, people can access it with the non-HTTPS, and it will automatically redirect. I don't have it configured here for that, but do you know where I do have it configured? I think I have it configured in Cloudflare. So Cloudflare is the protection versus DDoS and whatnot, and my home's IP address. Let me pull up Cloudflare. Let's see the Cloudflare configuration. I'm wondering if this was all Cloudflare's doing, rewriting the HTTP to HTTPS. Because I think I have automatic HTTPS upgrading. 1 second. Cone of silence, really quickly. Let's check this out. I'm gonna have to log in. Sorry. I try my hardest not to leak keys. Yeah, my home address, my home IP address. There's a bunch of things I try not to leak. I don't do a great job of not leaking those things. All right, I think I can show you everything here. Let me no. That's an account ID, I think. 1 second. Let me find the page. And then we'll see here. Right. So, Dutch, this is the problem. I stream to a bunch of nerds. So if one of them wanted to DDoS me, you probably don't even need to DDoS me. Just DOS. Just DOS. So this is some. Yeah, I know. I have leaked my personal email at this point, so I'm probably going to get a new one. But thankfully, I stream to so few people, it hasn't been a problem yet. So this is what I do, which is actually, actually I can go full strict, because I actually have a trusted CA, Cloudflare CA, on my server. So basically what happens is Cloudflare actually has the nullcloud.io cert. And what happens is, so they validate that and they terminate that. And what happens is they make their own TLS certificate with me. And so I have Cloudflare's certificate, which they validate. So then there's this whole tunnel. And the nice thing about that is it actually hides my IP address completely. You can't get it in the forward request and everything because their communication with me is fully encrypted. But this doesn't have the update rules. True. So like DDoSing me isn't so bad because or so difficult because you could just hit the null cloud. And if the null cloud does hit my thing, and so like if it doesn't look like a DDoS attempt, Cloudflare won't automatically block it. But they do give me a lot of abilities to like block IP addresses. So it gives me tools to rectify it in the middle where it doesn't expose your IP address directly. So I believe that there is a setting here where I told it to auto update. Oh no, on the full. Okay. I'm just looking about the encryption mode here. Basically it does enforce. It's going to enforce the HTTPS. Which means that it's going to upgrade you. Which means this is interesting. I'm going to have to email Cloudflare about it because if they're messing up the get and post, that would be bad, I think. But maybe it's Postman. Maybe Postman's getting a redirect, and maybe it's actually Postman that's screwing that up. I think it would take a little bit more knowing this, but I do want you to all know. I want you all know. We spent the last hour and a half, 2 hours, debugging. We forgot to put an S on HTTPS. Just think about that. I'm sorry. This is probably why. Yeah, it was me. I'm missing. I'm missing a semicolon. You know what? No. Because Rust will say, hey, this line is missing a semicolon. Go put one on it. Okay? That's so much easier to figure out. Well, thank you everybody for sticking around for that. Sorry. I get to tell you what, go stream some of this because like I would be frustrated enough with myself. It's very difficult sometimes. Like I wasn't prepared for it when I first started streaming because when I started streaming I was like I want people to see some of the real struggles, some of the things that we deal with. And why, like even as like a senior engineer, you can have problems like this. But then man, does it make you feel stupid when you do stream it and you're like, yeah, I don't really know why that wasn't working. Have no idea. We're gonna fix this back up to actually we're just gonna delete the test vs service. And then we are going to actually apply. Let's make sure we save this. Apply that one. Let's see. That's the virtual service. Yeah, they are just real world problems. Yeah, and like you know what? As you get more experience, you know what? Now all of us from now on, when we get like some request rewritten, we're gonna check our HTTPS. But this is like the type of experience where like I will say for sure I like learning from other people's mistakes because then I don't have to make them, which you guys get to learn from. But this is why like experience is so important and why I want to encourage people to just go out and do this stuff because there's no amount of schooling that would have taught you to look for this. It's literally just experience of doing it. I am glad we were able to solve it. I was getting to the point where like I hate like being like I have to end the stream and I have no idea what the crap was going on. Well, then you're a better junior than me because I one problem I had as a junior, when I was first learning, I didn't know when to seek help, and I think that's actually a really valuable thing. Like there is a point in time when it's better to just go seek help, and there's like there's two extremes. There's the junior that does this, that says oh wait, well, one second. Oh, it didn't work. Let me go bug the senior. And then they don't do enough. And then there's the junior that you come to and they're like, I've been struggling with this for 2 days. I have no, and you're like, why didn't you come tell me? Come tell me when you need, like, as soon as you're like just wasting time, talk to me because a lot of the times the things juniors struggle with are fairly simple. No, that's not even true. The things juniors usually struggle with is things that we've experienced before, and we can point you on the right path and be like, "Oh, that looks like a threading issue. Have you done anything with the threads?" You know, we can start to cool. Yeah, I think that's a really good thing to learn is when to, go seek help. Um because a lot of it is just experience. Like, have you had this problem before? If you have, the problem becomes easier, and there's nothing more than just the experience. Thanks for all the tabs, by the way. Russell, Shadow Dragon, Dutch, all of you guys, all three of you, actually were helping a lot and giving me ideas, and I super appreciate it. That was fun. That was kind of fun. I did sweat, but it was fun as well. 1 hour is a good amount of time to be blocked. I don't know the right amount. So I think it changes between different ones. Like if you think you're still making progress, like if you haven't exhausted, it's maybe not too much. Um but anyways, it is, yeah. Updated virtual service back to oops. Yeah, I agree, Dutch. Sometimes just taking a walk. That's actually why I went to get coffee. Well, one, because you mentioned coffee and I was out. But two, sometimes just clearing your head. The other time is sometimes I write up an email to somebody that I respect describing it well enough. And when I step through and describe everything well enough, sometimes it opens up doors where you're like, it's the rubber ducking. But, I don't have a rubber duck and I feel weird talking to one. So a lot of times what I do is I legitimately just start typing it out in enough detail to somebody, and that helps as well. All right, production is solved. HTTPS only. You will get a redirect on HTTP. That's why, like, when we go to null cloud, and if you specify HTTP, you will get a redirect to the HTTPS because we want to be secure. Cool. All right. Deep breath. One problem down. We had a list. Screw the list. I didn't see him test it. What do you mean test it? Oh, this? Well, this is still broken. This is still broken in the UI. So test at test.com. This is still going to break because it's sending to the wrong place. Let's pull this up. Let's make this a little bit bigger for you guys to see. So it's sending to localhost somehow. Let's look at this. Actually, let's look at the network. That's easier. So yeah, it said it's putting this post domain as localhost. I think this might be configuration. We're gonna see. The weird thing is, check out this post. This post looks like this. The host is like this, and the file name is API v1 SHA Vite base API URL, the right URL. So we've got something a little funky going on. Oh, wait. I did get push. So let's validate that this all works. You're right. You're right. It works. It works. So this, I believe, has to do with either how we package the front end or the actual call the front end is making. So let's check that out. So how we pack the front end is actually kind of interesting because we don't have a CDN yet. That's something the null cloud needs to make itself. So then it could dog food it. So instead of that, we got it packaged in a Docker file. So basically, there's just I said HA proxy, but I meant Nginx, serving the files in a container. A little janky way of doing it. The thing is, with this build, you have to build in flags for it. Hey, next token. Just finished the ks exam. Congratulations. It's a hard that's a hard exam. Wait, it does say API. Wait, do I have something screwed up here? No, it doesn't say API. Stop messing with me, Dutch. The certified Kubernetes specialist, security specialist, security, the certified Kubernetes security specialist, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, what? Oh, it's posting to HTTP for one. Okay, so wait. Oh, it is. It's all sorts of screwed up. It's all sorts of screwed up. It's so what it was supposed to be was basically this was supposed to be tacked on to API v1. Instead, all of this got on there as well. Also, I don't think host should be localhost. That feels very weird to me. It also can't be HTTP because we've that could cause problems because we have to use HTTPS. Yeah, so the image gets built here. Let's go to that. Actually, let's leave that up. Let's go here. GitHub, null channel, Eddington, and we actually build that here in this workflow. So we build the containers here, and here we actually put the secrets in here. Why is this a secret? I don't know. This should just be a configuration because now we can't go view it. Now, this is how this is how the guy that wanted to that worked on the front end, a lot of the work on the front end did this. I think this is maybe causing problems. Oh, wait. Next token. So you just took it. You haven't gotten the results yet. Actually, Dutch, this secret, it won't let us get it because here, 1 second. I gotta put you in the cone of silence really quickly. I'll show you because this is not in a Kubernetes secret. This is actually a GitHub secret. Dude, taking the exams is an achievement in itself. It also means that you're really fast, is what I found out. You have to be very fast. Yeah, unfortunately, this is actually one thing that I have complained about to the community about is that especially like the other ones. I haven't taken the security one. I probably should like work to study for that one. One of my problems with it is it tests more about your ability to do things quickly than your actual knowledge. And now one of the arguments is, well, you have to know it really well to then do it really quickly. But this only holds so much because so I'm dyslexic and so I'm just slower at reading and I'm a bad reader and I mistype things as well. It doesn't mean I don't know it, and I just won't be as fast as other people. So I actually have to know the information even better, and then even then, I'm not as fast at typing. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a solution to certificates because it's a hard problem. It's a hard problem. Okay, we were looking at the secrets. So this is the problem with GitHub secrets. If you look here, I can edit this. I just can't actually view what it was supposed to be. Bad brain RNG? No, actually my brain is really good at RNG. That's like what it does while reading. It's like, hey, let's put a random character here. It's not actually like that, but yeah. The easiest thing that I can point to is a lot of people can look at a word and tell if it's spelled right and what the word actually is. I actually look at the individual characters. I have to look at each individual characters. A word doesn't look right or wrong to me. And so like a lot of people like Russell will point out my misspellings, which used to really hurt my feelings because it was something like, but I mean, as I've grown up, I've just learned like it's something that I have. And so I actually appreciate when people call out my typos because a word doesn't look wrong to me. The only way I know that it's wrong is if I felt that I mistyped it or if I actually go and sound out each letter in the word. And it also makes me a really phonetic reader and speller, which doesn't help with anything. I don't know if that explains it real well, but At least I do have an internal monologue. That is for sure. Okay, so we need to update this Vite stuff. This Vite stuff is I'm gonna call an audible here. I don't want to do this action the way that we're doing it, because I think it's causing problems, which is gonna cause Monta to be sad if Monta's on. It's gonna cause Monta to be sad. But let's do it. Let's do it. I have an internal monologue that I have externally. So I'm not sure if it's really an internal monologue anymore. It used to be an internal monologue. Okay, so this is how we did this, which was how Monta wanted to do it, but it seems like this is not compiling into. It is not compiling into it very well. So what I'm going to do is maybe the way I would probably do it is just put an env in the front end. So we're just going to configure an env here. Actually, not in the width. And now we can just do like the Vite whatever. I need to actually go look at what these need to be because I have no idea. New repository secret. This is going to be. It's not really a secret. This is like configuration. Actually, let's change it from secret to a variable. A variable. There's nothing secret about it. It's just like where's the URL. So this is like the Vite something or other. We need to go look at what Vite is looking for. Actually, I could probably look in Discord. I know we talked about it at once. Maybe I can't search for it. There's no secret in it. It's just like the base path. Environment flag, which should be here. There we go. This is it. The Vite base URL. So the base URL should be https nullcloud.io, and it I don't think it should have. It was having this API v1. I think we shouldn't do that because we could have v2 stuff, and so this would be bad. We could have it as API, so I think that's fine. All of our APIs are going to be behind the API route, so I'm good with that. We're going to have to tweak the front end code though. So next token, what you're going to have to do what you're going to have to do is this cloud. We're making a cloud. I'm gonna make a YouTube video to cover exactly what it is, but it's a cloud provider. But the high level layer of it is powered by Kubernetes. What you're gonna have to do, and what you're gonna have to help me do with maybe raw code, is do a security review of my Kubernetes cluster. I think that would be fun. I think you're gonna find some stuff, and it would be educational. Yeah. So you should do that with me. Because what I'd like to do is I would like to make a video based off of it to help people understand some of the high level things they should do for security, as well as how easy it is to do something that's not secure, because I'm sure that I have myself. So I will learn from it too. All right, so we have the Vite-based URL. So let's go ahead and throw that in here. This is not secret. This is a var. Where can you pull what? What are you looking to pull? You can pull everything here. Everything here is open source. Let's walk through where you can get what. Eddington is the cloud service. Eddington powers the null cloud. The null cloud has more parts than just Eddington, but Eddington is the part that runs in Kubernetes. So if you're looking for anything here, you can do, we have a chat bot that's very aggressive sometimes. You can do GitHub, and that will send you the base link. But for the services provided in the null cloud, there's Eddington. And then if you're looking for the deployment files for the null cloud, that is in the null cloud deployments, and these are the deployment files for the null cloud. So this is everything that gets deployed on top except for secrets. It doesn't deploy the secrets. So also, I do want to warn you, if you're new here and are not part of the good actors list, don't post links, because Nightbot gets very aggressive very quickly. There's nothing I can do about it. He will mute you. Stick around. If you're here and chat a couple of times, I will add you to that list. Unfortunately, Nightbot just doesn't just like warn you. He warns you and deletes your message if you do it twice. It's very fantastic. Next token, thank you for the follow. You want to see if this was working? I have a Twitch thing that actually, let's check this out. Get pods really quickly. We're gonna see if it was still working. So it has one bug where Twitch sometimes doesn't send the reconnect. The front end is broken right now because of a problem. Logs. Yeah. So we have an AI that gives us custom Twitch messages. And you get a story for following. This is your own personal story. And it should display it on screen, except we have a load balancer issue. In the realm of the arcane. Now, I also have to warn you every single time, these Twitch alerts really love me. They love pledging allegiance, and they love half worshipping me. We have to work on training it. It's a little rogue. I apologize. An ancient scroll resided, possessed by elusive wizard Next Token. To secure this knowledge, you, I guess it's referring to me, embarked on a treacherous quest, fighting hordes of undead, deciphering riddles, and vanquishing a dragon. You reached the scroll's lair. Oh, I guess next token. You're the one that's doing this. You reached the scroll's lair. Impressed with your valor, Next Token bestowed. Oh, I guess no. It was me that actually went there, and you were sitting there guarding the token, I guess, or guarding the thing. You bestowed your loyalty upon me. Oh, vowing to aid you with arcane wisdom. Thank you, Next Token. Now your journey forth, an unstoppable duo bounded by fate and magic. There we go. You are a lead wizard. It is truth now. The AIs have bestowed that upon you. So, yeah, Dutch and Russell can both confirm that Nightbot is a butt, and will slap the crap out of you. Next Token, if you want to do it live on stream, I can actually, I have it set up so you can be on Discord with me and people can hear you. That would be fine with me. I would 100% do that, schedule it with you. If you don't want to do it live on stream, that's fair and fine. I get it. And we'll do it offline. Oh, not right now. We don't need to do this right now. Definitely not right now. I've already been streaming for. I would weep in a pool of tears as you started ripping my cluster apart. So let's not do right now. um, but we can schedule it. We usually try some Saturdays, like we had our AI games. We do like some scheduled things that I'll announce ahead of time to try to get people aware that it's happening. There's another guy that I'd like to try to get. I'd like to see if we could get raw code to do it as well. He does a lot with Kubernetes. So if we can't schedule that, that would be amazing. Oh, you got you got moderated. It did time Russell out and deleted all of his messages for 10 minutes. He posted a link twice thinking that would get past Nightbot. He thought if he rapid posted a link, it would allow him to do it. And instead, it silenced him for 10 minutes and deleted every message he had typed in chat that day. Yeah. Twitch is a little cranky too. It will moderate the crap out of you too. What did Dutch write? Well, Dutch write he saw some filthy gen code, and and that got marked as harassment. Um, I don't think they use an AI on their moderation tools. I don't think they do. Yeah, Shadow Dragon. Everybody's gotten moderated by Nightbot. I do believe the setting. I have the setting now. I can make it where you can post links, and as long as it's not your first day, I usually give you the, as long as you're a good actor, I'll give you the ability to post links. If you're a person that's a regular, as long as we keep the links PG or try to, and they're actually helpful to people. I don't care. Yeah, so this output is supposed to be, there's a front end that displays all this information really well. This is actually just the logs of the service itself. The problem is the load balancer is broken for some reason. So that's the actual real problem. All right, so we have the base URL. There was another thing. You got rate limited. It is a technical stream, so I mean, like, have fun. Like, if you have a meme about technical stuff and whatnot, go ahead and post it and whatnot. But, I don't really care, but I have seen people abuse posting links. So, I also want it to be a place where people don't have to. You should always worry about what link you click on, but, I will permanently ban somebody if they have a bad link. All right, let's see the Docker file. This is the Docker file for the front end. Right here. I feel like there was two things that the front end needed though. Wait, where's the front end? We had the front end here. I feel like there was two things. The Vite base API URL. Was there not a second thing that it needed? Its host is wrong. Its host is wrong. This should be the nullcloud.io. So host is definitely set up wrong. But maybe that's all we need to set for right now. So like this one worked. This is the right one. Cool. So yeah, it's a pretty simple Docker file. Like I said, it's just an Nginx to share the files. Now that being said, we could actually deploy the front end just on Cloudflare. Since we're already using Cloudflare, until we build our own CDN, we could use Cloudflare CDN. That's an option. I'll look at maybe doing that. Because that might be a little bit better than trying to build a Docker file for it. Yeah, let's just try this. Let's get this building. We have this Vite, and this is all set up. Now, I think that there's still problems with this. Let's get this pushed. Fixed action. Oh, you know what? We want to delete this too. We don't want this action anymore. To have write envs. But we don't want to commit yet. We need to add that again. There we go. All right. So yeah, I'm not a good front-end developer, so this might be a little bit more painful than it should be. We are also trying Vue. I've heard a lot of good things about Vue. People seem to like Vue, so giving it a try. I know everybody's a React developer. That's why if you make something for production, you make it in React because everyone's a React developer. Now, I do know that Dutch made Dutch. You should be able to drop that link. Dutch made something for Golang and Svelte. So instead of Svelte Kit, you use Svelte Go. That's what he should name it. Go Svelte. Go for Svelte. Go for Smelt. I can't even say it. Anyways, that looks interesting. So we just need to wait for, oh no, we actually need to do something really quickly. We need to merge this. We need to merge this. Not there, not there. We need to go here. So we have the base URL here. Shadow Dragon, you can't post. You can't. Shame on you, Shadow Dragon. Okay, Shadow Dragon, you have been around long enough. I will fix yours. Get moderated. Oh, okay. We fix that action. So that action should run now. Should build the container. Uh-oh. 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 Wait. Okay, so wait, is it not var? 1 second. Is it vars? I thought it was var. Oh, no, it's env. No, I don't think so. I think it's var. So we added the variable. So it is env. My bad. Well, I didn't fix it. I actually probably put more stuff in secrets than I probably should, like I did with this. I'm more accustomed to using that. This is one thing that I hate about GitHub Actions is it's kind of like just push a change to see if it works. An elementary mistake. Yep, yep. These are the worst 24 hours. Yeah, dude. I get it. The first time I took the CKA, I missed it by like 1 point. And I knew like two mistakes that I had made, and like that was the worst thing. It was like, I could have passed it if I had just, you know, whatever. And the worst part was I didn't even get to the last like problem. I hated the CKA personally. Passing that thing was a mind-numbing existence of. Oh, I'm in the wrong repo here. Here we go. Uh, yes, I could push to the main branch, but I'm already set up this way, so it's just kind of easier to follow this workflow, especially since I don't like doing this anyways. You do get one retake, so like it's not the end all be all thing. Yeah. And I think if I had to say anything, um, if I see somebody that has a certificate in one of those things, I don't necessarily think that they're the most knowledgeable in that, but I do see determination. If you passed one of those, you had to be a hard worker that really wanted to do something, and that means a decent amount to me at least. So, all right, we're waiting on this. Uh-oh, an ad's starting soon. There's actually nothing I can do about it, so you guys have to see an ad. All right, I have a person who's texting me that I need to respond to. All right. So I found out I actually can see when the ad is coming in. There's like a little thing in this view you can't see. But I can see when an ad is coming. Maybe. Okay, this is what we need to do. In the Twitch alerts, we need to have an alert when an ad is coming up. Well, we got to see if we can't get that like when that ad is going to come up via a some sort of API call and have like an on-screen notification when an ad is coming up, like a 5-minute warning. Uh, GitHub Actions, one of the fastest things to date. Welcome, next token, to the Discord. Kubernetes, Go, and Rust enthusiast, mostly. I'm also going to work on a beep noise so we can censor out the word JavaScript. That's the plan. My goodness, this is taking forever. Wait. Is this saying it's done? All right. Does Kubernetes enthusiast... Where is Nightbot when you need him? Where is Nightbot when you need him? This is the type of content we need to be censoring. Hurtful, insulting. Yeah, I'm just teasing. Nightbot knows it's true. Nightbot's turned. All right. No, this was the UI. Are you guys ready tomorrow to talk about Red Hat again? Man, Red Hat might be more screwed than I thought that they were going to be. They might be more screwed than I thought that they were going to be. All right, so that looked better. Let's try this. All right, we still got an error. Let's make sure that our UI got deployed. It should have been. Let's see. Oh, 14 seconds. Maybe we're just on the bleeding edge. Maybe we're on the bleeding edge. It is. So this is what I was alluding to. And like, so I'm not sitting here defending Red Hat's position on that specific thing. But at the same time, let's talk about things like I actually have a list of them. They actually push the open source community in a lot of good ways. Like they actually provide developers. So I'm actually really torn on this because they were pretty upfront and honest. They didn't do this thing where like they changed it without being honest. You know, when they'll be like, oh, we did it because this was less secure. And that really annoys me because you're like, no, it wasn't. You're just they were literally like, we're doing it because we want to make more money. And my problem is, my one thing that I have to say, Red Hat should have been more open with like their finances. Because as it is, it looks like an IBM trying to make up for lost profit in other sectors with Red Hat. And it looks bad. It looks bad. But on the other hand, Red Hat does a lot of really good stuff for open source projects. I have a lot of them that literally wouldn't be around anymore because if Red Hat didn't like literally pay full-time developers to work on them. And that includes Kubernetes stuff. There are things in Kubernetes that are completely free open source that exist because Red Hat developers have time to do them. And so I'm not against Red Hat making money. And if they need to do that to make money, I think the call would be that Red Hat needs to be more open with their finances. They need to be more open with their finances. API v1 marketing email. So this is better, but it's still wrong. Now, I don't think it's our environment variable this time. I think it's the app name here. The host name is still also wrong as well. So I think we need to start getting into a little bit of Vite code. What are you saying oof to, next token? Was it something I said or the error? All right, so let's look at. Oh yeah, it's a thing. Let's go check this out. I think we need to see the code for that. So let's look at the components really quickly. And there's the hero, the hero. So this is where that would be. So this is a problem. We already have this. Now, why this is a problem is because we're setting that base path. There's another backend base URL. What is this? What is this? So this is the Vite base API URL. Oh, the Ori URL. That's the other thing we didn't set. That's the thing that we didn't set. Okay, we need to set this in over here. Okay, I have too many tabs, lots of Istio tabs. We're going to nuke some of these tabs. I get this way and I can't deal with it. Okay, so we have another environment variable we need to set. Secrets and variables, actions, variables, new repository variable. And this one's going to be called Vite Ori URL. Vite Ori URL. And this is going to be auth. We'll do the full thing. HTTPS auth.nullcloud.io. There we go. Add variable. Okay, so we have that. We'll have to rebuild the containers. That's okay, because we're going to have to make some changes anyways. So we have this base path here, and that base path is HTTPS nullcloud.io. I think, from what I'm seeing here, let's see, what are we doing here? This doesn't look like it's right. It got this API v1, but there we go. But the secret has this. That's as the base API URL. But the code looks like this. And if the code looks like this, then we should have had the full thing there. But how did we end up with this? How did we ever get this? Because we don't have an extra v1 on that environment variable. Hey, Shadow Dragon, what's up? You can't see the full code. I'm really sorry. What can you not see? The config file? This? When you open the config file in the other file. You mean this? Oh, is my head in the way? I can do this. Boom. How's that? Is that better? Is that better? Sorry about that. This is probably a better experience for everybody. I'm back. Sorry, I couldn't help. Couldn't help myself. You can't. Oh man, I can't help myself. Okay, so like I don't know what went wrong here because this is set here, and if that is set to if that is set to this let's actually check the code out. Let's check our action, our GitHub action. So in our GitHub action, we did this vite base API URL, vite base API URL. We need to actually replicate this for our Ori URL. All right, let's push this and build the new images, the container images. We'll deploy those new images, and we'll just see. We'll just see, because that was a little strange to me. You know, when we run locally, we use this .env here. And now this will be wrong. This was causing problems. It should be this, because v1 isn't part of the API. So this should be right. What we have set should be right. Locally never worked with the front end because we never had a back end. So like it could be that the front end is just not correct. But gotta make another pull request. Oh, the horrors. We really need a... Unfortunately, this is some of the stuff that is hard to make a staging. Like, you can make a staging, but this staging has to be not done like on my local machine. It has to be done like the exact same way. So we can catch these things not in the... But I don't have a... I can't afford to have a staging environment right now, to be honest. So when I can afford to have a staging environment, we'll have a staging environment. Because these are types of things that you can't really do the same locally. This will never run the exact same way locally because you have ingress, and like you could do ingress, but you can't do TLS and your TLS stuff and whatnot. And so like, one, a lot of times this stuff is set it and forget it, and two, you can make it debuggable. It just requires having like a real environment for it. which is a shame, but maybe that's something. Actually, that is something that I would like to fix within All Cloud. So one of the things that I would like is when you have that automatic deployment, so you push a new container to the main like deployment branch, what I want it to do is I want it to deploy into a staging environment automatically. Like no fuss, no anything. Like it just automatically goes to your staging environment and you click a button if you want to accept it. Now you could have it auto merge, but like you get a staging environment for free because you get an environment for free. Like this is how cloud should be. This is how cloud should be. All right. Let's see. We're going to kind of just refresh the Docker page. Oh, I got rid of the Docker. Oops. A few seconds ago. That was perfect timing. Deployment 1, deployment 2. We need to do this better with customize. I know. It's on my list of things to do. And if I didn't debug an Istio problem for 2.5 hours, I say 2.5 hours. I'm pretty sure it was more. I'm glad we're all better at Istio. I'm not even sure we're better at Istio. We are better at Postman. Trunk-based development. All right, give this a second. Yeah, honestly, debugging is a skill that requires pain tolerance. I don't know if it's gotten redeployed, so Argo CD takes just a little bit of time. So we did get a new deploy. You know what we need to do? Let's debug our in a second. Let's see if this works. Our UI stuff. As soon as this is done, we have our load balancer that's malfunctioning for the Twitch alerts, which we need to fix. Okay, so let's see. We have it running 14 minutes ago. That was too long. It has not gotten updated. So let's check out what Argo CD is doing. What are you doing, Argo CD? What are you doing? There. There we go. Now we should see 8 seconds ago. We're on the latest and greatest. We're on the latest and greatest now. Refresh. Test at test.com. Still failed. Still failed. This looks really close. I think I made a boo-boo. One second. I think I know of one boo-boo, I think. Hero. this has an API here. I'm an idiot. That we knew was in the base. My bad. That one's on me. That one's on me. V1 was removed from the base URL because the base URL shouldn't say which version of the API you're using, because we could have multiple services on the back end. Some could be V2, some could be V1. Should be mixed and matched. So that part's on me. That part's on me. Now this host being this, I feel like that's wrong, right? Am I just incorrect in thinking of that should be the null cloud? I feel like that should be nullcloud.io. But I don't see that in this like thing. Like, we're not setting that. So maybe that's the right thing. Like, but I feel like that's wrong. I feel like that's wrong, but I don't know where I would change that in Vue. Like, where do we set up our calls? And, maybe it would work, but I am a little bit, maybe the host can be wrong, but I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not even sure if the host can be wrong because of cross-site scripting. So, right, this host should be nullcloud.io, right? Its origin is nullcloud.io. Its host, the host request header specifies the host and port number of the server to which the request is being sent. Right, we're not sending it to localhost. I don't get this. I don't get this at all, because look at this. This has to be some sort of other configuration, because I don't get this at all. I don't get what is happening. Check it out. Our environment variable here. Oops, not that. Our environment variable here says it's nullcloud.io/API. It gets the API, but it gets the host wrong. So that has to be getting overruled somewhere. This base URL is the right thing. I don't know where to check if a host, like, that's what I'm assuming, that we're like setting this host, like we're configuring it with the host, but I don't know this well enough. And maybe this is where we call this good enough for today. We've actually done pretty well. And maybe we jump over. Let's jump over and look at this, because we have a new plugin for kubectl for networking that we just downloaded, which I already forgot what its name was. What was that called? What was the plugin name? What was the plugin name that we were going to do networking debugging with? Maybe we won't do it. Ksniff. Wait, it was line 7 of the previous file. What? But this should be the same thing. Which should be nullcloud.io. Because that's what we've configured it to be, right? I don't know. I don't know. Actually, maybe that's a really good point. Maybe this needs to be meta.ev. Maybe that's the bug. And if it doesn't unwrap it, it just defaults to 8080. Where was the other one? I forget where the other one was. So this is importing from the environment. This is importing from the environment. Whereas this one is using that backend base from the environment. So this is our constant, this enum env. And we know this is getting set because it changed. Our front end changed. Our front end changed over here, where it stripped out the API or the V1, the extra V1. We forgot to take the API out of our call, but we fixed that now. But we know that it is actually getting read in, right? So that can't be it. Well, okay. I'm not gonna say it can't be it. I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, we're gonna do front end another time. My brain's already hurt from what we did earlier, so what we're gonna do is play around with ksniff. Ksniff. I'm gonna change the title to ksniff. So absolutely nobody else will join. Oh, I never know what to do for titles, but you know. I also would love to get our Twitch events working, which I mean they are working. I would just love them so that I don't have to read them off. It feels awkward. Okay, so it feels especially awkward when I read about it like exalting me. It feels extra awkward. It would be more funny if it was just on the screen as an AI doing it instead of like me saying it. So, anyways, and I want to have a little fun. Ksniff seems fun, so let's do that. So we're in here. Our service is not working. We changed it to a node port. I don't think that's what we want to do. I think we would prefer to switch that back to a load balancer. Let's get back into the Twitch. Twitch alerts. And then we have deployments here. Yeah, we'll just cd into deployments. And then we'll vim. We have the Twitch alerts LB. Okay, this is the right one. We're going to apply this one because we only have the node port. Let's delete the node port. K delete Twitch alerts node port. And we're going to we're going to apply to the load balancer. All right, so we have our load balancer. It's spun up. Now, we should be able to use this and make a WebSocket connection to this. Host unreachable is what we were getting. Fair enough. Let's open up the Twitch events here so we can just look at the files. Um, uh, I think Visual Studio Code died on us. Let's try that again. We want Twitch alerts. Okay. Much better. Much better. All right, now we need to use ksniff. Ksniff. All right, we installed it. I hit shift. All right, so ksniff pod name, namespace, container name. All right. Do I have to give all those? I hope not. We're just going to do pod name. Ksniff, kubectl plugin, ksniff, pod name. Oops. I copied and pasted after pressing K. And the pod name is Twitch alerts 0. I messed it up. I messed it up. Maybe I just installed crew. Let me make sure that I actually have ksniff installed. Oh, maybe I need to just restart my shell. I don't think that I did this. I think this was my fault. Do you know what I think I'm going to do for a Mighty Mini Monday this Monday? Since nobody's giving me a suggestion. Also, if you have an idea, a topic, something you'd like explained in a little short video, very short video, let me know. Something that I think I'm going to do this one is this ad path, because I really like this ad path. I really like it. Let's try sniffing again. Here we go. Oh, maybe I need to install it now? Oh, I needed to do this before installing? Okay. Okay. Well, whatever. Now let's try sniffing it. Let's try sniffing it now. So we did this. Install sniff. Now let's go to the usage. Oh, I need to say pod name. Oh no, pod name. Okay, so I just wanted the simple usage. Where is the simple usage? Cube. Get pods. kubectl plugin sniff hello minikube. Well, that was really really fast, but I think that's what I did. Let me see it one more time. I did k plugin sniff. Okay. Sniff is already installed. Let's just do sniff.help. Maybe. All right. Well, that worked. No, this is weird because this is like just the help for plugin, not for sniff. Plugin list. So it has kubectl sniff. All right, I'm wondering if it wants it like this. This would be weird. kubectl sniff. Does it? It doesn't want it that. No. One second. Does it just want this? I don't. Okay. Well, that's weird because they were saying to put sniff or like plugin in it, but once you install it as a plugin, you should just use it as a command, right? And I think that's true. Was I miss watching this? Maybe I was adding plugin myself. I feel like I just followed what they were doing. Yeah, you don't put plug in there. You just put sniff. Okay. Sniffing method, upload static TCP dump, sniff on pod, namespace switch alert, container. All right. Uploading static dump binary, blah, blah. Uploading file, executing command. Oh, do I have to have Wireshark installed on my computer for this to work? That might be true. If you're using Wireshark with ksniff, you must use at least older versions may result in reading. Okay, it says if you're using Wireshark. Do I have to? I guess I do because it's rerouting to Wireshark. So it really seems like go install Wireshark. Okay, easy enough. We already updated. This could cause the stream to be a little interrupty, but we'll see. Yay, SYU Wireshark. Oh, yep. Continue. I actually need to learn the command to do it silently, like accept all defaults. I'm sure that that exists. I don't know it. Yay, accept all defaults. This is not an answer. Thank you. Yes, I want to accept all defaults. No confirm. There we go. It's flagging Pac-Man, but what's Yay S? Okay. So Yay is a wrapper around Pac-Man, which is the package manager for Arch. SYU basically means install this thing. That's not entirely true because here, I'll show you over here. So you were looking at this, and one capital S is different than lowercase s. Just be careful about that. These are the commands here. The capital S is a sync. So it's saying sync the repositories. And then the Y, we can go down here to Y, is to refresh the package database. So make sure that you have the latest stuff. And U, I don't know what U does. What does U do? Oh yeah, it upgrades the packages installed. Why? What dependency does Wireshark have on FFmpeg? Like, so this is like the nice thing and the not nice thing about Arch, because basically installing, unless if it's like a Go package that has no dependencies on anything else, is a full system upgrade. Like to install anything, you have to upgrade everything. Otherwise, it could be breaking. That's the biggest downfall to Arch. And this is why I stream on a separate PC. Oh, check this out. If this was on, if I was streaming from this PC, I mean, it already sometimes hurts the stream a little bit, but like, because some people are like, oh, you're not gaming, why don't you just stream from your PC? Well, one, I can break my networking stack on the PC that I'm working on and not drop it. Two, we can use 100% of our CPU to build this project, and the stream should be okay. That's the same for any system, yes. So the difference, though, Russell, is other systems don't update all the packages all the time. So, like, if you're looking at, like, Ubuntu 2004, the packages stay much more consistent. So, an upgrade isn't generally the full system. Whereas with Arch, because everything changes, wait. What did I just say yes to? Oh, yeah, proceed with installation. Anaconda failed. I think that was due to the Wireshark requirement, because Wireshark had a weird requirement on FFmpeg, but Arch upgrades things as much and as quickly as possible, which is nice. You get the bleeding edge of almost everything from the package manager, but it's also not nice at the same time. All right, let's see if sniff works. Couldn't run user bin dump cap in cloud permission denied. So I'm not sure if it's fully working. I'm not sure it's fully working. We'll get rid of this window. I don't think we need it anymore. Well, maybe it's working. Maybe it's working. Now, I'm not sure what to do with it. Let's make our request, our connection request, see if anything shows up over here. What should we capture? What should we... Host unreachable makes me think it's not getting it. I don't actually think Wireshark on the host is going to help. Because we already know we can do a what is it called? We can look at the logs and see that it's not connecting. Oh, zoom in on the Wireshark? Yeah, I can do that. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. View. The view's grayed out. Right, so let's access the nodes. Let's jump onto the... Okay, so problem here, everyone. We made a stateful set. Let me just show the stuff that's deploying this here. We made a stateful set. That is our Twitch alerts. It has a stateful set because I actually save all of the stories that are generated by AI into a thing. So hopefully at one point on my website, you can actually go and see like your story with the thing. So it's a stateful set with this Twitch alerts. We export it on container port 90. We have a Twitch alert service. This is a headless service. And then we have a load balancer. This load balancer uses this to, actually we could get rid of this here. That doesn't need to be there. So it uses the pod name as a selector because this gets put on there, and we're actually selecting a single pod because as a stateful set is, in theory, you can't just access any pod. So we're selecting the single pod. There's only a single pod. And we're setting the ports and the target ports to 9,000. And so really, in actuality... Oh, actually, maybe this is wrong. This needed to be port 9,000. My bad. We still get connection refused. Now, what we did find is we could proxy into the pod, and that worked. So at some point, our information is just dying somewhere. Our request is dying. And if you want to ask if our load balancers are working, the load balancers are working 100%. This is through one of the load balancers. Argo CD, which we've been using, is through a load balancer. This, the null cloud, is through a load balancer. All of these things are using the same load balancers that we've come to know and love. Oh, this is nice. Use the kubectl debug. We can't because we're on Kubernetes 124, not 125. But yeah. All right, so unless if there's a config issue, the only difference is that it's using WebSockets. That's an accurate statement. Which is why I went over here and made this node port, which is the exact same thing, except, again, let's get rid of the app. It's using a node port. So we can also try this. Let me think. So now we have both. We can make requests to both. We'll go here. Wait. This is the load balancer. Let's update this one to actually be the host UR, the name of the PC, because we gotta hit for a node port. It's going to mount that port to a thing. So let's do k8s services. We have a node port service here. Beautiful. And so now we need to get the port number, and we need to get nodes. We got to actually make that on an IP of a node. Oh, wide. That IP address would be 10.1.23. 10.1.2.3. And not that one, not that IP, or not that port. It would be this port, 31308. So the node port is failing. So I'm guessing bad configuration. I'm guessing bad configuration, but I don't know. Let's do kapply -f Twitch alerts LB. So we'll switch it back to a load balancer. Let's make sure it has the same IP address. Got 53. Connection refused. The request headers were requesting an upgrade with, an upgrade to a WebSocket with a connection status of upgrade. Those were the headers. And the other thing is, we would log it here. K logs. But there are no logs. So there is no connection. It's not my server refusing it, because even if my server refuses it, will log it. So that brings us up that something in between all of this is getting screwed up. Let's do this. Kubernetes stateful set WebSocket load balancer. This is just the like the 30-second wait time, blah, whatever. So what do we do here? What have I done wrong? I could name the ports. I didn't name the ports. It's probably best practice to name the ports. I mean, this one's named HTTP. Woot. Would this... Is it as dumb as... This is named WebSocket instead of HTTP like the rest of them? Shadow Dragon. Good morning. Good morning. If this was the mistake, I'll be angry. It doesn't seem to be the mistake. And I didn't even apply this service, so we don't have any conflict here. So we don't have the internal service. Let's check the Docker file. Sure thing. What are you looking for here? I don't configure the port. Yeah, I don't configure the port, so like it should just run on where the monolith runs, which if it doesn't have a port, it runs on 90. I actually hard coded it into 9,000. I hard coded it just to make sure that it wasn't some strange config. And if you remember, we actually proxied into the pod and made a WebSocket connection, if you remember, and that worked at port 9000. It works fine locally with 127. I'm happy to do 000. Zeros are probably better. Yeah. It is listening inside there, so like I think you're probably right that 0.0.0.0 is better than 127, but I don't know. Maybe that has some. Maybe Kubernetes doesn't play with that as well. I never struck that problem, but let's build it. I mean, when we proxy into it, the other thing that we could do, but I don't think is needed, is we could write an expose. So we could like write an expose into the container. Um, we could come in here and do. Let's do that. Let's stop this. Shouldn't be needed. I was going to say the proxy test kind of says none of this actually is the problem. But none of the other things seem to be the problem either. So, you know what? When we deploy this, let's proxy it again, just to validate that the proxying still works. Um, I'm just not sure how I screwed up the. I'm just not sure how I screwed up the ports. Or I'm not sure how I screwed up the services in such a way that none of these combinations would work. Because let me tell you, something's unhappy. Okay. So let's go ahead, update the stateful set to be the new version. Let's get that pushed out there. I don't know. I did get push. This is stateful set. There we go. Configured, new image. It should be pulling down. Everything's getting ready. You know, it's just probably going to work now. It's probably just going to work. We should just do this. That updating did it. Nah, never mind. It didn't. Host unreachable. Okay. So that didn't fix it. But we can do the proxy now. So let's port forward. We don't need all this. To Twitch alerts 1, and we're just going to do 9,000 to 9,000 like we're doing in our service. All right, so let's hit localhost at 9,000. Connected. We can actually check the logs. Okay, logs. Twitch alerts. And we can say, we can see the new peer address. This is my problem. Everything seems to be working right. And this isn't going through Cloudflare. It is on the same Kubernetes cluster, but it doesn't go through any of it because it's not external thing. This load balancer is local. We also did the node port, which is local. All of these are proxying 9,000 to 9,000, which is all we did here to connect to it. Disconnect. I don't think I handled disconnects properly, so I think this is a little gross. Yeah, this is the Twitch alert service needs a little bit of help. It doesn't handle disconnects at all. So the only thing that I can think of, the only thing is that this doesn't work like I think it should work. The stateful set selector. Now, everything that I read online says that is exactly how stateful set selector should work. We could go over to the app selector like this, because it has that label as well. Let's see. I think it has that label. Let's make sure that it has that label. You need coffee now? No, Shadow Dragon, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Don't, don't coffee right now. Don't, don't do it. Wait, where is its labels? Am I just missing this? Come on, they've got to be. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's this. App Twitch alerts. It exists. Now, I mean, so does this. This wasn't wrong. But you know, we're just gonna try the tried and true classics. Oh, I accidentally copy and pasted the wrong thing. Oh, Shadow Dragon, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Those are rough. All right, so let's just apply that. Oh, I am in the wrong. What was it that I updated? It was the load balancer. Let's just try it. Let's give it a shot. Nope. Oh wait. This is that's the proxy. This is the load balancer. Why has everything today been a stupid error? First, this should work. This stateful set, because you want it to load balance to the specific instance. That's what it's designed for. That's why the stateful set puts that on there. Well. It is also nice to miss that we didn't. I'm gonna have to look into this because I actually think that it's recommended for stateful set not to use this and to use the the stateful set selector. That was my understanding, that was the recommended way of doing it, because every stateful set will get annotated with this. And it's just another label. Well, I done screwed up. I mean, it is nice, like, now that I know this, but at the same time, with a stateful set, how would you pick which one you wanted? I mean, you could do this vicariously through, like, chaining two different services, but that seems gross at best. Okay, well, now we can run the front end. We can run the front end. I am just going to make the Wasm front end look at port 9000. Because this has to run on my Mac. And yes, it's hard coded. You know what? We're going to fix this. But like, it's nice because now we have something that we can do with it. Like, it's easier to update these things. Like, all of these things are easy to update to be actual configuration. I do want them to all be configuration because I want other people to be able to use this for their Twitch streams if they want to. But you know, sweet goodness, I can't believe that's what it is. I'm sorry. I really thought And this match can be any label, right? It doesn't have to be the app label. That's just what's there by the deployment. It can be because I don't know. I don't know. I'm annoyed. I need to understand this better. I'm gonna have to do some research on why this is the way it is. Yeah, let's try stateful set again. Let's try this right here. I'm just gonna copy and paste it because I want to make sure, like, maybe it was the fact that, like, maybe I had it in there wrong. I don't know which one would be more frustrating. If it was the fact that I accidentally because the idea behind this, and I'll tell you why this is important, is with a stateful set, you could specifically want to reach one. Like, you could have like a main one that replicates to the other ones, and if that's the case, all requests have to go through it. And this is what allows you to select this, because the stateful set's going to do Twitch alerts 0, Twitch alerts 1, Twitch alert. They have this ordinal, and so that it's important to a stateful set. Wrong directory again. Wrong terminal window. I said git apply. Oh, git. Git, I expect you to do everything. I'm wondering if I had it I'm wondering if I mistyped it. I'm wondering if I mistyped it. I will git diff it. Yeah. And we are connecting. We also got the message. We ignore bad messages. So, actually, I think we echo them back. If it's not a message we have, we just echo it back because it's a production server. Git diff. Diff doesn't think it's changed. I didn't wait. Did I? I didn't commit them. No, I didn't commit them. So I shouldn't have to give it like upstream, right? Do I need to pass it like this though? Yeah, I don't think. Oh wait, I misspelled this. Alerts LB. Oh, this is the problem. I've never committed these files because they never worked. That's why it was saying it didn't have a reference. Because it's not part of the upstream. Shoot. Okay. We're doing it. We're doing it. Repeated undos. I'm copying this first. All right, here we go. Undo. Undo. This was the previous one. I don't, it's the same thing. No difference. Now, freaking working. It just. No, it's on the stateful set selector. I applied it. I actually made sure to apply it again just to make sure that that wasn't the thing, like I misapplied it. Yeah. I mean, Russell, you were there. It wasn't working, right? Like, oh, I'm now questioning my. Like, I feel like this is one of those classic, like, how did it ever work? Or in this case, how did it ever not work? Oh, run the postman test again? Okay, yeah. We'll disconnect and then we'll reconnect. We'll disconnect and then we'll reconnect. We'll check those logs. We should see those. K logs, Twitch. Yeah, we see the disconnect and reconnect and two problems today have been solved. One, I'm going to have to look into whether Postman was resending it as a GET request or if Cloudflare redid it and it got put as a GET request. One way or another, if I do HTTP and it automatically gets upgraded to an HTTPS, it went from a GET to a post, or from a post to a GET. My goodness, frustrating. And this, I don't even have that much information on this. This is, it didn't work. It works. It works. Sometimes we all just need a few restarts. I hate you. See, this server really hates me. This one is really annoying. It is really annoying. All right, well, I had meant to get on with the AI games. Next week, do join in next week for the AI games because we are coming to an exciting conclusion. I have made my own Advent of Code style final boss challenge for these remaining contestants. That's hopefully going to weed some of them out. We have ended today's stream with solving 2 whole issues. I would say it's kind of satisfying. I had other things that I was hopefully going to work on that we didn't get to working on because we worked on these issues. But I'm glad that we solved them because now I feel like the next time we go programming, we're going to actually get to some real issues instead of these. Because I actually had a bunch of programming to do today. I literally had programming that I wanted to get done today. I'm probably going to do some of it tonight without I can't stream anymore. I'm sorry. And I actually want to tell you guys thank you all for joining. It's actually so much more fun when people actually come. Yeah, it's fun when you guys come, poke fun, have fun, chat about them. I feel like I'm not losing my mind when you guys also don't know it off the top of your head. So, thank you. And next Saturday, AI games. I've been running some of them off stream so I've gotten a little bit more information, a little bit more data, and hopefully we'll have an exciting final challenge for everyone. So AI games will start next Saturday at 9 a.m. if I get up in time to do it at 9 a.m. Otherwise, it's 9:30. I don't know why 9:30 is so much easier than 9 a.m., but my goal is 9 a.m. EDT on Saturday. So we're actually going to run a few AI games throughout the week because I have a few last things to wrap up before we do the final finale. Yeah. And I actually don't think the final finale is going to take that long. It's pretty much completely all written. We're not AI prompting. We have a problem that is like Advent of Code for them to solve. It should be fairly quick that we can kind of wrap up and start to document a little bit better some of the stuff. So, and yeah, remember tomorrow's the news stream. Have a great weekend. Thanks everybody for joining. I had some fun and we got some stuff done. So, see you guys.